Yeah, it's crazy. Sorry, I feel like, uh, yeah, still learning technology. My Spotify went away, so that's good.
Well, why were you
That's
trying to get rid of it?
Huh?
Why were you trying to get rid of your Spotify?
No, it just randomly popped up, and I was like, oh, you guys are gonna hear all the music I play. Some guilty pleasures, mostly not.
Do you
Mostly,
have like one specific playlist that you've had on pandemic loop?
Yeah, that's a good
you
question.
know, I was listening to Taylor Swift.
Go from
Like
old.
early
Hey,
Taylor,
buddy, we
No,
are live.
it's
1989.
recent. And then I was just, I actually like soundtracks with the thematic music because it makes everything else sound not as exciting.
Like the orchestral score and everything.
Yes, exactly.
Hey, everybody. We are live.
Hey,
Episode 5, The Harvest. Got Autumn Gortz with us.
Hello.
Yeah, we're
hello, Autumn.
almost halfway through our all-day Castle Rock Marathon raising money for St. Baldrick's. So click on that link below. Donate. Make some money for the kids. And I'll shave my head when we hit $500, and we are currently only $385 away. So you can do it.
Woo!
Hey,
Yeah.
What?
Shave my head.
What away?
$385 in donations away from me shaving my head live on the stream. And then for another $500 after that, AJ will shave his head. Another $500 after that, Chad will shave his head. And then for another 499,000,
98,500.
98,500, yes, dollars. We will call Joe back, and he will shave his afro off. Anyways, we're gonna start episode 5. Yeah, so everybody pull up your Hulus that's gonna be watching along, and we will
All
hit
right,
play
give us that countdown.
in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Oops.
Now I should let you guys know I don't watch scary movies.
Well, this is perfect. This is the perfect jump in spot, even if it's just this one
Yeah,
episode.
that's the perfect jumping spot. It's halfway through this TV series,
For
heavily
this. Well,
serialized.
mean, all the stuff that we do on Lost, it's all mystery, but there is like an element of horror to a lot of those episodes that we've covered, and some that you join us for. So this is like right up that same alley,
Yeah.
but a little bit more intense, I'd say.
Awesome, awesome.
Let's see. So you're not a horror person. You're not into the whole scary thing.
I I actually was exposed to Jason and Friday the 13th kind of stuff like really early.
Ah, too
So
early.
Yeah, we're parents that were like, we did our best. What you call
exactly. I mean, there's no shame in the game. I mean, I get it. My mom and everybody wanted to watch scary stuff, but I was just like,
can't be bad. We were all.
I have a really strong fear from chainsaws.
Well, they're scary. Actual
Yeah, I
chainsaws are
mean,
very
like
scary.
everyone needs to have at least some level of fear of chainsaws. If you don't, I predict bad things.
Yes.
exactly. Ooh, he's
Okay.
doing the thing that Donald Trump did, huh? The memorizing thing.
Oh yeah, the memory test.
He's
Okay.
like, man, a memory test. It's so great. I bet he had the greatest memory test.
What was it, man, woman, camera?
Something.
I don't remember anymore.
Yeah.
I do
Taylor, Soldier
remember.
Spy.
You guys ever had to do this? Have you ever had to do a CAT scan where you had to get into that machine? Because that's
No.
claustrophobic.
Almost. Like they loaded me into the machine, and then I told them, "Hey, having a hard time breathing,"
Oh.
because they had loaded me up with iodine,
Whoa.
so that they
Oh,
could
yeah.
image stuff.
Right.
And then that was when I found out that I'm allergic to iodine.
Oh
Oh no. Ooh.
Yeah,
Wait,
so they had to inject me full of Benadryl right after that. Uh, so it was just like, oh, now I'm starting to feel better.
It's not working.
Damn.
Because man, if you think taking the pill of Benadryl makes you go to sleep
Oh,
pretty
yeah.
quickly, get injected.
Knocks you out.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, it does. Benadryl is crazy.
This
I love
doctor
it.
looks familiar.
Yeah. Why is she hitting at him?
Just like I just administer, CAT scans for ear stuff. Yeah. So what are we seeing here? We're seeing him trying to find the reason why he has this, what he's calling tinnitus. He has this sound that's ringing in his ears.
Yeah, and they're not sure if
And
it's
then,
like a
I
brain
guess that's
issue
on
or
fire.
yeah.
I guess that's referencing the California fires, even though this was shot did come out 2 years ago in 2018.
Yeah, I mean they have fires almost every year out there. Oh.
I love that the small town looks like so many small towns across America.
Yeah.
Easily identifiable.
I do love the aesthetic here because everything has like that gothic feel,
Yeah.
which kind of, it can come off kind of cheesy, but I think they've done it right with the way they shot everything in the town. Even the filters of it just kind of looks a little. What's that? Where it's kind of old timey. I can't remember the word, but there's a word for like that old timey look. It's kind of got like a filter that's kind of like a.
Oh yeah, like a sepia tone. Is it sepia or sepia? I don't know.
I always thought it was sepia.
Oh yeah. Sepia. That's what I was going for.
This is one of those words that I read 1,000 times before I ever heard it out loud, so it's already stuck in my head. It's sepia.
Let's see. Are you guys seeing this right now?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ew! Ew!
All right. So where we're at now is they had to exhume this man's adopted father, and they're trying to rebury him here. But after exhuming, there's this issue, right? I guess it's a thing that happens where like now the body is starting to like decompose and leak right out. Gross.
If I thought I only had anxiety issues just being alive, that's gonna make me have anxiety when I'm dead.
Yeah.
I don't want to explode in my casket.
Yeah. Well, that'll be after you're buried, though, is what they're saying, and it gets sealed up. So hopefully your body will never have to be exhumed.
You won't feel a thing.
Yeah, you won't even know.
Woo!
I'm kind of a fan of like just getting burnt up after this is all over. Cremation.
I might be there. That might have convinced me.
I know with this. Yeah. Now we're back to like, how do you go back to Oh yeah, okay. I was about to say like, how do you go back to business as normal after what just happened? But at least we have like a janitor cleaning up blood, which is
I don't think that they would just work around the dead bodies, AJ. That'd be weird.
Like another day for the prison janitor. He's like, oh, I gotta go mop up my blood.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably a good amount of mopping up blood as a prison janitor, just on a regular day.
Yeah.
I would hope not.
Janitor, but oh man, if you're a prison janitor, so much more blood cleaning. Yeah. Okay, so interestingly, dynamic between Alan Pangborn and Henry Deaver, and it kind of pops up in the scene where, like, you kind of see that Alan's not trying to stir the pot with Henry, even though Henry is trying to make these decisions of what he's saying as decisions for his mother, but he's trying to make moves towards possibly putting her in an old folks home or care home, where Alan and her have this romance going, and it's something that Alan's like, yo, we're not we're not doing that. You're just gonna put your mother half of it. And that's not gonna flow.
He's there to take care of her. That's what his whole thing is about. It's just his identity now as an old man.
This re-entering society video is fucking fantastic. So now we had a bunch of people get shot and killed at this prison by Zlewiski, who was also killed. And the prison was just put on blast because they knew what was happening. So now they've released 5 episodes in, halfway through the season. They don't have any court case to hold him there. So now he just is watching his release video and is about to be out in the streets.
Yeah. I wonder how often that happens where it's like, oh, here's your video. Now that you've been in prison for 20 years or whatever, now go back out into the world.
I guess they're trying to have a little fun with it.
Yeah.
Is that New Balance?
That's what I was gonna say. What's
That's
that?
what it looks like.
Get comfortable shoes on your way out. It's good.
Yeah.
It's good.
It's part
Did
of
he
the settlement.
reverse age?
And I made it. Bill Skarsgård is like a tall fucking dude.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that they're talking about this. I mean, I
that?
hope nothing happens to them. The firefighter, the inmate firefighters.
Oh.
That's interesting that they put that in there.
Yeah.
Firefighters.
The state of
Maine's
California.
not really known for fires.
Yeah. Oh, I guess they're trying to have those prisoners go out to go and battle the fire that's happening outside of Castle Rock, which is, I guess, them alluding to the fires that people have been experiencing over in California and all over. But I guess that was a thing because I know California was using prisoner firefighters, right, to go and put out fires or try and help with some of this stuff.
I am now 84 seconds behind you guys because I got the Hulu
Oh.
free or Hulu cheap.
Ah.
So I'll be catching up.
No worries.
I'll fill you in. You're just missing the opening credits. Oh, I think this is that Locke monologue I was talking about in the first episode. Like, there's one thing Terry O'Quinn's great at is doing this kind of speech of like, I need God to tell me what my purpose is in life.
So, getting a little bit more into the history of this character of this kid.
We see why he only wants to eat bread.
Yeah. Was this all he ate for however long he was in that cage?
I wonder if Terry O'Quinn, the actor, used to smoke cigarettes. Or still
Yeah.
smokes cigarettes.
I wonder. I bet. I don't know. 'Cause he does in Silver Bullet, just to bring up Silver Bullet again, where he plays the sheriff. He smokes cigarettes in that. I don't know. It's just tough to see people smoking cigarettes on TV anywhere anyway, so you don't know if it's a character thing or...
Yeah.
Yeah, so you got the kid locked up in a cage. And Chad,
Physical stuff.
yeah, Chad thinks he's the devil. It's been brought up that Locke thinks he's the devil. Sheriff thinks he's the devil.
Mm-hmm.
There's a whole Twilight Zone episode which is basically about him being the devil.
Amazing.
Yeah, and now Locke's touching him, touching his face, touching his hands. We saw earlier after the prisoner was going to touch him, that neo-Nazi guy was going to touch him, and he died of every kind of cancer. I think the same thing happened with the guard, right? He like fist bumped him, and then he went on a shooting spree. Now Locke's touching him. He's gonna go cut his head off with his car.
Right. It's so creepy.
Yeah. So it feels like he's not actively evil, just by being around, bad things happen. Right? That's what it seems
There's
like.
an influence that's exuded.
Yeah, it's got an evil influence.
Like, I guess Terry O'Quinn's character, Warden Lacey, mentions, he's like, hey, drag whatever evil behind you in your wake, and it just spills out. Pink velvet red church family. And more tonight. So,
Yeah.
so I guess as his attorney, he's getting him checked out over at this spot. Okay. And her basic rundown is like, yeah, he's been in a cage for a while. Maybe he's gonna come back to himself, but it's gonna be a while.
All right. How long do you think you'd live in a cage before you actually get sick of it?
Before what?
You get sick of it. I feel like I could live in a
How
cage
big
for.
a cage?
Seems like big. Looks like about the size of a king size bed.
Officially, I wonder. Unofficially, we've
How
all got
tall?
age this year, no?
Yeah.
That sounds so whatever, but
Yeah. I mean, tall enough to stand up in, but you can't climb it or nothing. Well, how about with this one of those bear cages from Lost? How long could you live in one of those? If it were inside, so you don't have to worry about
yeah.
the elements. And someone brings you Wonder Bread to eat every day.
Yeah.
I feel like I could probably last maybe a week before I go nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could do that. I was thinking it's about a week.
Because I think probably around day 4 is when it's gonna like really get to me. Like the first 3 days, I'm probably just gonna catch up on sleep.
All right. Yeah, it'll be nice for the first few days.
Like that'd be a nice like weekend thing. It's just like have a restful cage getaway.
Yeah.
It's like, just go ahead and lay your head down right in that cage.
Yeah, I wonder if we could do that
What do
as
you
like
think?
a Airbnb thing. You're gonna rent out this room, but we're gonna lock you in there.
I
For the
bet,
weekend.
yeah. How is that already? Like, themed Airbnb kind of a thing.
Yeah.
It's got a Halloween type.
I would not be surprised if there are like abandoned prisons that are being used as like themed Airbnb experiences.
Yeah. When I was in New Zealand, we stayed. They turned it into a hostel. There was an old town jail where you
Mhm.
slept in the cells.
I know Mane's performed at an abandoned prison.
It's crazy.
In Hawaii or in?
Yeah, in Maui.
Oh, okay.
It was for Maui Comedy Festival.
Wow.
You know, the one year that we had that.
Yeah. Hopefully that comes back again.
Yeah. I wonder how
It
much money that made.
it didn't.
Yeah. I mean,
That's
there was
why
a-
the guys that made it immediately the next year, just like, let's try it in Vegas instead.
Yeah. Try it in the city that never sleeps, as opposed to a island that shuts down at 7 p.m. every night. Yeah.
Maui right now is positioning itself to have more films, actually. They've got
Yeah.
2 different things being filmed right now.
Oh.
So,
Cool.
I don't know.
Good for them.
Yeah.
Hopefully they're up and coming in the sense that people think comedy. Think of think of Maui
Right.
as well.
Dang. So he's out and he's free. And
But
where
is
did
he free?
place it?
Yeah. Is it gonna be like in Shawshank Redemption, where the guy gets out and then
Yeah.
carves his name into a wall or whatever and hangs himself?
think he told him to stay there too.
Yeah.
And he's like, nope, time to take a spin in these new balance.
Test
Gotta
out these New Balances.
Yeah.
Break them puppies in.
Spent 27 years in a cage. You gotta stretch those giant legs.
Yeah, for real. Amazing. Whatever time they had kept him in there, like he didn't get prison buff. You know that.
Yeah.
Still
Well,
Pennywise.
it looked like he was not in a tall enough cage to stand up in.
Yeah, since he's so tall, I bet it wasn't.
Crazy. Yeah, I think. What is this? Is this old-timey music?
Yeah.
That also kind of, you can see that flow through some of Stephen King's work. It's another throwback to, like, 50s and 60s or whatever.
Yeah. That old baby boomer music.
So sometimes when you get out of prison, you just gotta crash a 10-year-old's birthday party.
Yeah.
You know?
You guys spend a lot of time just watching families, right? And thinking about what that's like.
He's like, man, I haven't watched Family in a bunch of years since I've been trapped in a cage in that prison.
Yeah.
I'd like to get my family watch on.
Yeah. Just walk straight into people's homes.
No, I love how they're having a wonderful, lovely party, and then he shows up to watch, and they just get angrier and angrier.
Yeah, I mean, how many birthday parties does that happen at? I figure that's at least 50%.
Yeah.
Well, most of them aren't spied upon by the devil.
Yeah. Maybe they are. Maybe it's the devil's preferred. Yeah. Well, after Thanksgiving, right? So the devil's preferred family get-together.
Sheesh. I imagine if you're reading this only on the captions, which I'm kind of doing for this episode, it's just a dejected Bill Skarsgård wearing New Balances on a rooftop, and then on the bottom, the caption is all like, "Why not today? Just try and stab me today."
Sobbing, moaning, stabbing.
Violent pounding.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be the name of my new memoir.
Yeah. You ever been hanging out with people and then they just start fighting and you're like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do now, so I'm just gonna go sit on the roof.
I've never climbed up onto the roof for that, but there's been times where it's like you're hanging out with people, they've been drinking, all of a sudden the drama starts and you're just like, huh.
Yeah, I've seen that. It jumps to 100 real.
Yeah.
The worst part is like you're standing around and you're just thinking to yourself, I didn't drive.
Yeah, I was expecting one of you to take me. No. Oh, man. Because now we have Uber, so it's like, I'm just going to go wait outside for Uber, guys. I'll see you later. So throughout the show, we've seen these chess pieces just kind of randomly around the house. It turns out that they're a particular set of chess pieces, like modeled after like an old Viking set, carved out of walrus ivory.
I really wish the show would give more visual cues about flashbacks versus present.
Oh, yeah.
It's like the town looks exactly the same, right?
Right. The people do. Everyone's in their 60s.
Wait,
Except
so
for
this is the same guy?
Yeah.
Oh, are you
guy?
talking about the old guy giving the present to the old lady?
Yeah.
No, he's a different guy.
Okay.
So far this episode, I don't believe we've seen any flashbacks. Or if they are, they're flashbacks to the very recent past.
Oh, okay.
We've seen stuff. Wait, no. There was long speech, right?
Yeah.
That was the same guy in the sweats and New Balances, and that was supposed to have been like some years ago, because it didn't look like he was like old yet, right?
Right. I feel like it was
an adult.
Right before he killed himself, I think, just because that was the scene where he touches him.
Oh, that was right before he kills himself?
Yeah, I think that's what happened. That's how I'm putting it together, at least. There's no reason it can't have been earlier, though.
She picked up those pants and she smelled right at the butt part.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best. If you want to know what your pants smell like, that's where all the smell is.
Yeah, I mean, like, you could smell like the leg of a pant and be like, yes, this smells clean, I will wear them again.
Yeah.
But other parts of the pants might not smell as clean as that part.
Yeah.
If you really want to know the story of a pair of pants, that's where you're going to smell.
And here we are. Skarsgård.
Oh, hey, he's naked.
Hey.
It's like, oh, you found a knife in my clothes in my abandoned area that's kind of got like a... Oh.
Also, why was she there?
She's actually the assistant for Molly Strand for that character, and I think she went there to go and check up on him per Molly, something like to bring him food or something like that. So she comes in and she finds him that way with a knife under his pillow.
Yeah.
Which
I don't remember Molly having anything to do with him, though.
Well, yeah, because I think what happened was Henry couldn't bring him back to his place, or he didn't trust to bring him back to his home. So Molly, I think, offered that place.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
Because there was no one buying it or renting or whatever.
Right.
So it's just like, hey, I have an empty building.
Yeah,
Right.
that place she got downtown.
Okay, that makes sense now. Sorry. I was just like, did I miss something?
Yeah.
It's just like, no, I just didn't infer what was happening.
Right.
And I missed a few lines in that scene.
Yeah.
Because I think that was when I was still trying to figure out who was that flirty nurse or doctor.
Yeah.
I assumed at first it was a doctor, but there's only one person credited as a doctor on IMDb for this episode, and it's the black lady that what's his name was talking to. I still have not gotten any of the characters on the show's names yet.
Get Henry
except
Deaver.
for Molly. Molly's the only one.
Yeah. Molly, we got Henry Deaver. We have the kid. Alan Pangborn. Ruth is Sissy Spacek.
Yeah. Lacey, which is Terry Quinn. Gordon.
This is slightly sepia toned, so it makes you think that it's going to be a flashback, but I think it's just the fires.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
That's what it is.
That's what they're going for.
And it's weirdly triggering to see all these some people with masks, but most people not at this social gathering.
Oh, Proto. Yeah, you're right. Holy shit. Wow. We did pick a good show for this game. And we have a Culkin in the audience.
Oh, that's right.
The good acting one.
Wow, that's crazy.
I think that only like 3 of them tried acting.
I think so.
One of them hardcore right now, right?
Yeah, Kieran's the one that's like still up in it. Macaulay is just, he does what he wants.
Yeah.
He's like he's like going hard into comedy. Like he tries to I think he builds like a YouTube page on his comedy or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Really? Interesting.
I think he was just on Reddit recently, where he had gotten a 95 mask that was shaped like his face from Home Alone 1. He has...
Awesome.
Nice.
Macaulay, Kieran, and Rory are the only ones with Wikipedia pages.
Nah.
Oh, right. I don't think we're seeing Macaulay or Kieran. I think this is the Rory Culkin.
I want to see it's Kieran, I thought.
Is that Kieran?
That was in this.
Yeah, this is Kieran in this one.
Oh, okay, okay.
What's he barking at? What's happening?
It's one of those Cujo dogs, right?
Dedicating a bridge to Alan Pangborn, this older man who was previously the chief, or the police chief for the town of Castle Rock. And during the dedication, Henry Deaver's mom has disappeared over the bridge.
What the? Oh my God, she did go down. Ah, I'm a little bit behind. What? He just jumped after her? Like, what the?
He had to go save his mama.
Yeah. You have to do. There's no time to do anything else.
I mean, obviously it wasn't that big of a fall, so it's reasonable to dive in.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd probably I don't know.
Just let your mom drown.
Mom, swim. Mom, you gotta swim.
I mean, I wouldn't do it because I don't swim good.
Mm-hmm. Who that would if there was no flotation devices to throw down at her?
I will tell you guys, I'm dying right now because of the commercials on Hulu.
What are you seeing a commercial for right now?
The Craft. But, like, I want to see what's happening on the show that we're watching. Because, like, now I'm all like, well, what happened next?
Yeah.
Oh.
Molly was smelling pillow stuffing on the floor, maybe?
Yeah, some white waxy stuff. I see it here.
It was soap. She says something about it smelling like soap.
Oh, and we see the little figurine that he's carved and put on the bridge.
I see. You still like commercials there?
I just came back to the show.
Yeah, so I think all those shavings are all soap shavings.
Yeah. Let's see. Not Britta smoking a crack pipe? We're at 29:45.
It could be weed.
Yeah. It's probably weed. She seems more like a weed person than a crack person.
Oh, now we're seeing the origin of her name. Well,
yeah. So Jackie Torrance, the niece of Jack Torrance from The Shining. Do you think she was named after him? And was that after he murdered his family? She doesn't seem that old.
She just explains it. She says her original name was Diane.
Oh.
But she changed Jackie to piss off her parents because her parents never told her about her uncle. And she had to go and find out on her own. And when she did, as a means of, trying to get back at her parents or trying to hide family history, she changed her name from Diane to Jackie Torrance.
Yeah. To Jackie Lookout Hotel Torrance. That's her Twitter handle.
Jackie O.L. Torrance. The O.L.H. She was in politics. She would be known as O.L.H.
What was the reason why this guy wound up in jail, supposedly?
They don't know. They just found him in part of the prison.
Yeah, what we found out.
The only explanation that's been given so far is he is the devil.
Yes.
And that's not an official explanation. That's what a couple of characters have thought.
Yeah. So what happens is former prison warden ends up taking that kid and putting him in an abandoned part of the prison. He stays there until that guy dies. And after he dies, they find this kid. And they don't know how many years he's been there. But the last time we see the kid is in the fourth prison, is in the trunk of Warden Lacey's car, and he's being pulled over by a young Alan Pangborn, which is a younger version of this guy. So that kid's been in that prison cell for a long ass time, and his look and his age hasn't changed at all, or maybe from what we could tell.
Right. Wait, he was already looking like the way he does now when he was first thrown in the cage?
I don't know if they showed that.
Not yet,
So,
but yeah, it's spoiled now. Yeah, he hasn't aged in
yeah,
27 years or so.
Yeah, that's ooh.
also it's strange to him first because I think Pangborn tells the new warden, don't let that fucking kid out. He's an old. And last time we saw that kid was when he was like, still on the beat as the town sheriff. So how was your dive into water?
Some
I
peanut butter
think right
M&Ms.
was going to the edge. I think someone had whispered into her ear, "Try 5 gum."
You guys ever try 5 gum?
I
I have
have.
not tried it.
I haven't tried it yet.
I've tried it. I tried it maybe once,
Yeah.
and didn't have the experience of chicken skin or.
Yeah, isn't that what they were saying in the commercial? Like, it activates, like, all your senses or something?
Yeah.
It's like, no, it's gum. It activates your mouth. Your taste sense? I guess maybe you could feel it in your mouth. That's it.
Maybe your smell.
Oh, yeah, smell.
Yeah.
I can't
You can
imagine
see it.
how it would activate your hearing
Yeah.
or your sight.
Well, if you got jaw problems,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
you get the clicking.
And I guess like if you like on your tongue with the gum, like maybe you can see it if your tongue's long enough.
Yeah. Well, that's just something you could do. That's not the gum.
If you had a gum that could enhance 4 out of your 5 senses, which 4 would you choose?
Like, I feel like sight and hearing are the two senses that you want to get like bumped up whenever it's in certain situations. Right? If you want to see something, you hear something. Usually not taste. You don't want to taste something more. I don't know.
I want to enhance my sense of smell.
Yeah.
I want to be like dogs that can smell cancer. You know what I mean? Those dogs that, like they can sniff out any kind of, or if they can smell corona.
Have they found dogs that can do that yet?
Yeah, they found dogs in I think it was in Ireland or Sweden that can smell for corona.
Wow.
They can.
Yeah, didn't
They
they
found
have like
a fly.
didn't they have bees too?
Oh, bees?
I thought there were corona bees.
No.
Autumn said that there was a fly,
Well, we're looking
like
at
just
Pence.
a single one.
Yeah.
The Pence fly.
Oh, the Pence fly. You think that fly was landing on him because he had corona and he could tell?
No, I think that fly just sensed evil.
Is that how you knew that when we saw that fly in that guard's coffee and you said, "Oh, that means that the kid is the devil"?
I mean, like flies have like sort of been linked to that since like the medieval times.
Ever since people
and
started.
One of the names of like isn't Beelzebub supposed to be the Lord of the Flies?
Oh,
That sounds like a thing he would be.
sounds. I never.
That sounds like a thing that you've heard before, right, AJ?
Yeah.
It sounds familiar,
Mhm.
but sounds mildly familiar.
And then when they brought in Lord of the Flies, the book, it was just like, yeah, no, this is definitely alluding to that, I think.
Is that really what that's about? I've never read it.
No, the book is about a bunch of kids that like are left to become feral, basically.
Right, because their school bus crashes off a bridge.
I don't remember how they got there.
I think that was the Simpsons episode about it, which is everything I know about Lord of the Flies I learned from the Simpsons.
They put them in scrubs, in dry scrubs.
Yeah.
Thing at the hospital. Like I guess they wouldn't let you stay in your wet clothes, but interesting.
Yeah. No would have.
Basically says that there's nothing going on in his head except for for noise and chaos. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
So, I find it interesting that they're going through all these lengths to help out this guy who started off as his client who was in prison. Why are they doing so much for this man? I mean, I know the story calls for it, blah, blah, blah.
Right. I think that a big part of it is just like he's a victim as far as being. He has been locked in a cage for God knows how long. I think Henry Deaver probably feels a little responsibility. It's like, he's my client. I got him out of prison. Like, I got to help him at least to be okay. You can't just throw him out in the street now that I got him out of prison.
Yeah, that is interesting. Like, well, my job is done. You're out of prison. Like,
now go starve to death on the street.
And that's going to be your choice,
right?
As an American.
So I think we'll feel that there's some level of responsibility there, but also at the same time, everyone's creeped out by him and doesn't want to really be around him. So what do you do?
Right.
Yeah, I was talking about Lord of the Flies, everything I know about Lord of the Flies, I learned from The Simpsons. Are there what things do you guys have in your life that you're aware of it, but everything you know about it is just from The Simpsons?
It's a good ass question.
Like only from The Simpsons.
Yeah. Or mostly from The Simpsons. Like you've never seen like movies or whatever. You've never seen the movie, but you know it from The Simpsons. Like Cape Fear is another one.
Here's one. Like this became not true later, but I remember watching The Simpsons, and I think there was a joke in there where they did a flashback. I think it was like the birth of Bart or the birth of Lisa, something like that. But it was Homer TV watching Twin Peaks, and it was just like somebody dancing on a checkerboard floor.
Right.
And there's like some weird music playing in the background, and then maybe there was a horse in there, and I think Homer makes some kind of commentary like, "Oh, this must be deep or something," because I don't understand. David Lynch.
Right.
And I remember seeing it, and then later on, like I saw some of the David Lynch stuff, and I was like, oh, all right, like very strange.
Yeah. Now I understand what Homer was saying.
Yeah.
So there's a thing that Mr. Burns would do when he would answer the phone and he'd say, ahoy, ahoy. And I always, growing up, thought it was like some Hawaiian word or something.
Yeah.
And I found out later, reading on a Wikipedia page, like that was it was Alexander Graham Bell that invented the phone, right? I think it was. That was what he wanted people to, he was expecting people to say when they picked up the phone. Like, ahoy, ahoy. Like you say it to like on a ship or something.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like a reference to how old Mr. Burns is. He talks like an old-timey telephone person. But I never understood what he was saying. Ahoy, ahoy.
I've never actually watched Planet of the Apes, original or new flavor. But I'm aware of it both through general pop culture and also the Planet of the Apes, the musical.
Dr. Seuss?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Seuss, Dr. Seuss. Dr. Seuss, Dr. Seuss.
Ooh, Dr. Seuss.
Although that was not my favorite part of the Planet of the Apes musical. It's I hate every ape I see, from chimpanzee to chimpanzee.
It's so good.
Damn,
so good.
Like that. Good writing. That's just
weird. That's my favorite line.
Fun. I love that.
It's not my favorite line ever from The Simpsons.
Right.
But it's probably in like my top 20.
Yeah, it's a good one.
If not the top 10.
From chimpanzee to chimpanzee.
So, viewers, put in the comments your favorite Simpsons line. Win a prize. Okay, so Henry put...
In terms of just clever lines, like I would also put up there when they were going to Japan.
Yeah.
And Marge is like, you liked Rashomon? And Homer's like, that's not how I remember it. Like that's just like holy shit. That's such a good joke.
There was I don't know. Every time I think of memorable lines, the one that always comes into my mind first is when they had the character Jay Sherman, the come on, and he comes off the plane and he's introducing himself to the Simpsons family after Marge has written him this nice long letter, and then like he tells Homer, he's like, "Oh, and you must be the man who didn't know if he had a pimple or a boil," and Homer goes, "It was a."
You missed that last word you said.
It was a what?
Oh no, it was a gummy bear.
Oh,
Oh, that's right. Remember that.
Like, you must be the man who didn't know if he had a pimple or a boil.
there's still that. The Critic. My favorite thing in The Critic was the time he was helping to clean up New York City, and they were like power washing the front of the public library to power wash all the like graffiti off. And where it says public library, he knocked the L off of public library, so it said pubic library. And people ran in, and then they ran out really disappointed.
I think, all right. Also in that same episode, there was I think it was that they were like judging all these films, and one of them was Mr. Burns' film, and then one of the judges was Krusty, who was paid off by Burns,
right?
And then also, like, what part of the film did you like? He was like, it moved me to a bigger house. Oh, I said the big part little and the little part big.
Hey, why did he just drop the placard into the river? What just happened?
Yeah, so that bridge is dedicated to him as the chief of police.
Yeah.
And he doesn't feel like he deserves it. Right? His when he jumped off the bridge, he's been hiding a secret about the kid. He's in that headspace. I feel like been drinking.
What the hell? Heck, sorry.
He's gonna do something. He's confronting the kid in the woods.
This is interesting.
Yeah.
They're not even going to show Terry O'Quinn's face.
Yeah, this is all about young Pangborn, really. Also, I wonder if they put Terry O'Quinn and they try to age him down with a beard and a wig, and it did not look good. That's why they're not showing his face.
27 years, that's the time frame.
Yeah.
And he looks exactly the same.
Yeah, and it's so weird that he pulls over a guy driving way too fast, right? And he's got a kid in the trunk, and he's like, "Yo, sheriff, this kid in my trunk is the devil. You gotta trust me." And then he does.
Well, you said, like, you live in this place long enough.
Right.
You start to be like, okay, let's suppose that is the devil in your trunk.
Right.
Let me take a look.
Yeah. And he was like, yeah, I guess so. He does kind of look like the devil.
Yeah, he's creepy looking.
Yeah. He looks like what I imagine the devil to be. And I think this calls back to the idea of Alan Pangborn in the Stephen King universe, in the Stephen King series, where we kind of talked about him being the representation for good, or being the representation for the good side,
right?
Versus, the themes that come up, and where he might even still, like, on like the very basic level, have a touch of the shine, where like maybe on some level, you could probably call it like police instincts or gut instinct, where he knew that the warden wasn't lying. But also too, they don't talk about it in this series, but we're looking at a retired Alan Pangborn, and Alan Pangborn is no natural in the Stephen King universe. He's actually the main protagonist in Needful Things, where they take on Leland Gaunt, where Leland Gaunt is actually supposed to be
the devil.
Is he the devil? Yeah. So maybe he just recognizes that devil energy. So I know the devil. This is the devil.
You know how you only know that Lord of the Flies through The Simpsons?
Yeah.
Needful Things is something where I only know from parodies.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah, I guess.
Autumn, are you sticking with us for another episode?
I can.
It's entirely up to you. I'm just wondering because
Yeah.
it just finished, and
That is episode
if you are
5.
taking off, we want to make sure to have people find out how they can follow you on the internet.
Yeah.
I should probably catch up with my my Pokemon Hunter, my 12-year-old. As delightful as this midday fun was, watching that, now I'm hooked and need to know what happens. Which I will do later.
Okay.
There's 2 seasons, by the way.
Oh God.
Yeah.
What?
But I think they're kind of unrelated. Like, you don't need to watch. I don't think the second one's
Okay,
going to
cool.
clear up what the first one was about. I think. I don't
Y'all
know.
need
I
to
haven't
let
even
me
watched
know. Yeah, you guys need to let me know exactly what to watch when, so you can just nip this in the bud.
it.
And my
Yeah.
curiosity is
Yeah.
satisfied.
Just watch the first episode and the
Um,
last episode. That's what I do.
Oh, well, I try
Make up
that.
everything in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes that's what happens. You can find me on Facebook and Twitter at Autumn Gortz, Gortz Goerts, or you can find me on Instagram at Checkout Lines Are My Aesthetic, where I try just to bring some mundane stuff to your Instagram.
Yeah. It's good stuff. It's a great follow.
Anyways,
Yeah, everybody. So check out Autumn, and thank you for watching. We'll be right back in a couple minutes with Dan,
Thanks,
Dan the
guys.
Goody Man, for episode 6.
Yeah.
Hey guys, bye.
The last season, the very last season.
Yeah.
The one who was like, "Oh, I'm the bad guy now," and no one cares.
I know, that was so bizarre. Like, put in like as an afterthought, like on like the second to the last episode.
Yeah, so I'm
Okay,
curious how
everybody.
David will feel about that.
Yeah, so
Looking
we are
forward to that.
live on the internet. Hello, everyone. Welcome to episode 6 filter of our all-day Castle Rock Marathon fundraiser for St. Baldrick's. And we got Dan Connell with us today.
Hey!
Count Dan Connell.
One of
How's
our
Dan
favorite
doing?
guests.
Yes. Author, comedian, actor, all-around good guy. Blood-sucking freak, Dan Connell. Alright, so we're going to watch episode 6 filter together. Everyone who wants to watch along, go ahead and open it up in your Hulu. And we'll hit play in 3, 2, 1, go.
We're getting the viewer discretion or the Alan
Video.
speak?
What's that?
I'm sorry?
I'm at the flashback or the previously.
Oh yeah, we'll
Yep.
watch the previous. They watch the whole thing. Wow, there's a lot of wind coming through someone's window.
That was good.
Okay, so we've actually been trying. So I know I talked to you yesterday, Dan, and said I don't really care about spoilers, but actually we've been paying enough attention now where I feel bad spoiling things for Chad. So trying to avoid spoilers.
I still want to know who that nurse is.
The nurse that was hitting.
Talking to him about the tinnitus. Just
I'm
on
seeing
the
the lake.
previously zone.
Yeah.
Her.
Yeah.
All right, just went to black. Let me know when it goes to black.
Okay. Yeah, I just went back.
Cool. We're synced up. Got trees, birds. Yeah, cool.
Howling noises.
Yeah. Hangboar in there. Found Henry on the lake or the river. It's my makeup.
Interesting. Like, I can't wait till we find out more about that. What's happening out there in the
Yeah.
woods.
Oh, I can't do this.
Behold, I tell you a mystery.
Yes. Yeah, all the way.
I don't remember this at all.
This is so much. This is creepy good fun. Oh man, I'm here for all of it. I'm such a horror enthusiast. I love horror of everything for the most part. Stephen King always like is fun for that horror and thriller stuff. So you got your Stephen Kings, your Dean Koontzes.
Got your Alex, or this is Bill. Yeah, this is Bill Skarsgård.
Yeah.
He's also Pennywise. Yeah.
Yeah. From It and It Chapter 2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Is
also,
the first thing called It Chapter 1?
Assassination Nation.
Oh.
Oh. Okay, I gotta check.
He plays
that
a high schooler. Came like 2 years ago.
Let's see. Yeah. Like this. This is interesting. And there's your Henry D. Risk. So they reburied his father.
Yeah. He's the only one at his father's funeral. Except for...
Oh, yeah, those guys.
Yeah.
His exploded father.
Right. His dripping wet father in his casket.
His liquefied daddy.
Liquefied daddy.
Bye, liquid daddy.
That's a good name for a band. Liquid Daddy.
Liquefied daddy sounds like a euphemism for cum.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Liquid daddy babies.
Slurp, slurp. I love Jane Levy. I think she's so good in this.
Yeah.
Yeah, what else was she in? 'Cause I can't look at it without...
Don't Breathe.
Oh.
It's her best known. She's in a lot of stuff randomly.
Like executive producer, so like Stephen King and J.J. Abrams are getting executive producer credits on this. Executive producer credits, what does that really mean?
Money.
So, like,
It's just money and approval.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my bet.
Well, that's a...
I don't think J.J. Abrams ever visited this set.
Yeah.
J.J. Abrams was like, what? They're making a thing about... All right, that's fine.
Yeah. Because you gotta think of the Coen brothers. Oh, sorry. The Coen...
Like the car's in Syracuse, then you go to Syracuse. How far is it from Maine to Syracuse?
Quite a bit. That's like at least a 6-hour drive. Like
Nice.
I want to say like 8 hour maybe.
Wow.
Oh, wow. It's like a whole
That,
day.
I mean, that might be wrong, but it's still a long time.
Yeah. Dang.
Let me look up right now, actually.
Yeah.
Put my money where my mouth is.
Yeah, MapQuest.
We're in Maine.
Castle.
Let's see. Huh. 8 hours and 27 minutes.
Nice.
Like right up.
Yeah. So if you're speeding, you can do it in 8 hours.
I was
Easy.
right on it.
Yeah.
I was accurate.
Oh man, shake off like a good 47 minutes.
What I was trying to say is that with the show Fargo, the Coen brothers are executive producers, but they don't watch it ever. They're just on there because it's based on their work.
Ah.
Do you remember seeing any interviews with who was the guy that was in Fargo that was also in Shameless as the main?
William H. Macy, right? You're talking about the film Fargo?
Yeah, like William H. Macy sat down with the Coen brothers and he was all like, it's like, okay, so this is based on a true story. Can I get like the police files and everything? And then like the Coen brothers' response was like, oh no, there's no police files. This is a made up story.
Yeah.
Story, like that's how we start the story. But
This song was also used in the very first promos for Walking Dead. But way back, and it was like when Andrew Lincoln was crawling underneath the tank, and this song was playing really loud and blaring.
I see. Damn.
Fargo season 4 is really good, by the way.
I haven't seen.
I've been hearing a lot of good things about it.
You can go out of order; it doesn't matter because it's all anthology. They're all different decades, different characters.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's
Really? I
like-
thought this was the first one that was different characters.
No, I mean there's some connections in between all of them. Like
Right.
there are a couple run over, pop in the other, but like it's mostly Easter egg level.
Okay.
Like an American Horror Story kind of thing.
Little bit, yeah, but I mean it's never the same actors playing different characters. That's the difference. It's, different actors, different characters.
Is Timothy Olyphant this season?
Yes, he is. He plays a Mormon U.S. Marshal.
Because I'm just like, wait, Timothy Olyphant and Chris Rock?
Yeah, they're great.
Wow.
They're really great. Seriously.
That is an interesting set of cast.
And Jason Schwartzman.
Yeah. And Chad is a big fan of Timothy Olyphant. He's one of those, whatchamacallits.
He's also in the new
yes, he's an only fan.
Well, you should watch Fargo season 4. You don't watch any other season before that. Just give it a try. It's fun. It's a 50s gang war.
We're talking about the lineup where we have Bill Skarsgård. Getting off the bus, we have Henry Deaver's son, played by Jacobs, who is also in the It movie.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Plays Michael, the librarian, who they turned him into a drug addict in the new movie. He was not a drug addict in the book or in the previous series.
Worse, they made. Yeah, that's just a shame.
Yeah. When they mentioned Grant Fuhrer, the greatest black hockey player of all time.
They also gave some of the stuff the black character is doing to other characters. Like they gave his personality to the other kids.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, I think they did.
Like he was the nerd who figured it all out, and they passed on everyone else.
Yeah, he was the one. What happened with a few things that was happening in Derry, which included like the burning of the Black Spot, which is like a black club, and then a few other things that people had reported seeing at all of those events. One of them being Pennywise is like a giant. I think Stanley, the Jewish kid, in books, like when he's it people them as becomes guys like Wolfman, homeless guy.
AJ, I'm gonna.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Do you have your headset nearby that you can?
Yeah, I heard it.
It's getting hard to hear you.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I gotta switch it back, but my phone is dying.
Oh, okay.
Oh, look, guys, it's the Gilmore Girls set.
Is it? Okay, I mean, if you can't do it, that's fine. It's just getting kind of hard to hear you.
I don't have my other thing. My bad.
Okay. No worries. I think for the next episode, if we can charge it up for the next episode, try to do that.
Okay.
She's so good.
Yeah. Good lord.
So great.
That's right. She's married to Jason Ritter.
Yeah, we just talked about that.
And used to be married to Jimmy Simpson.
Just talked about that.
Ah, nice.
Yeah, we know a lot about this woman's love life.
She's from New Zealand? I didn't know that.
El Pollo Loco. Let's see. Wait, so did she take any of those pills just now, or?
I don't think she was looking at those ones. Oh.
Ooh.
Yeah, we're finding out. Yeah, nobody went to his father's second funeral. But the church printed up a bunch of
my god
flyers for it. And Wendell wanted to be an astronaut at some point. Yeah, we have this whole weird thing where the kid's wearing the suit he found like in the attic.
Yeah.
That's right. He is named the kid. Chad, what are your theories?
He's a devil.
Like the devil?
Yeah. Like the fact that he was put in the trunk and then put in the cage is a source of all the bad in the town. Because he's the devil.
All right.
And only bad things happen around him. Anyone who touches him goes on a killing spree or something.
Oh yeah. Do you have that scene where he's looking into the window with the kitchen?
Yeah, we just passed that.
Just past that.
Just a few seconds
Cool,
ago.
just checking. I love that. I mean, I hated that scene, but I love that scene. It's so good.
So creepy.
Yeah. Those Skarsgård, man.
Besides the next episode, I think those are highlighted the series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he does it with like the minimal amount of lines.
Yeah. Very subtle acting. Just looking at stuff.
Yeah, very interesting.
What's the dad from again?
The dad, the Reverend.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah.
I'm not sure. I know whenever he does voiceover, I always get it mixed up with Pangborn. He sounds too close to Pangborn in the voiceover. Tim Roth.
Also, you know what's actually a great show? Leftovers.
Yeah, that's what I heard. We're gonna do season 2 of Leftovers. I think the day after Thanksgiving. That's the plan. Which is the day for Leftovers.
Season 2. You can skip season 1 pretty healthily, actually. So that's actually not a bad choice. I started with season 1. I was like, eh. And I was told to skip season 2, and it doesn't really matter. I'm like, oh, okay. And I tried it, and it did. So
There you go.
with that.
Oh my god, I hated season 2 of this show. They tried to like gumbo that up so bad. Like they're just throwing everything in a pot, and they're like, "Here's a stew."
Oh no.
Now it's hot.
I was wondering if season 2 of this was okay.
What is that?
I was wondering if season 2 of this was okay.
I wasn't a big fan, but I don't know if anybody had a different experience.
I don't know. I'll find out when we watch season 2 of Leftovers on National Leftovers Day, which is the day after Thanksgiving.
Nice. Very clever. I'm glad you go to season 2. Season 2 is actually really awesome.
Yeah. Season 1 is fulfilling in its own way, but it kind of...
It's finding itself, yeah.
It's also... Yeah, that first season is some... Yeah, it's an exercise in depression versus what happens after that. And then the next couple
season
of seasons...
2 just runs with it. Like, let's have fun. While still being depressing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The best stuff is fun and depressing, I guess. So this is the mental hospital they sent him to, the psychiatric hospital, Juniper Hill. I don't recognize that from my limited Stephen King knowledge, but I was going to ask you, AJ, is that a reference to something? Is that an Easter egg, or is that just...
Juniper Hill is... Oh, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so, yeah, Juniper Hill is a hospital that pops up in a few of Stephen King's books. Juniper Hill is the psychiatric hospital where they're holding what's his name? The bully from It, the kid bully who grows up to become an adult.
Yeah. Bill Bowers.
Bill Bowers, there you go. So
wow,
Bowers,
I just pulled that out of my ass.
Wow, yeah, I'm surprised. That's great. Yeah, so Bill Bowers ends up growing up and he becomes like psychotic, and they end up putting him into Juniper Hill. There's Bill Bowers. I think there's a few other characters too, but Bill Bowers is the only one that I remember. And that was the bully from It who ends up going there as an adult and comes out and stabs Mike Hanlon, the librarian. I'm
more embarrassed than impressed with myself.
Well, it's still kind of in the consciousness, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's a literature.
Yeah. Makes it easier to remember.
I think it was in my haiku review. I think that's why it was on my mind.
I see.
Would y'all like to hear my haiku reviews of the It movies?
Yes.
Sure.
Right. Oh, let's see. It first. Oh wait, no. Let me find. Hold on.
Well, Danny's looking for that. I did look up. Oh, never mind.
Real quick. I did multiple haikus.
Oh.
For It to the 2017. Well made, true horror. Best scene with color comments and a packed screening. Second haiku is felt like a montage with its fair share of cheap scares, loud orchestral stabs. Final haiku is piece of shit Bowers is scarier than Pennywise because he is real. And then in chapter 2, here's what I got. Pitch perfect casting. Love any carnival scenes. Way too fucking long. And then I reviewed as for 4DX. This is not what the 4DX is. Gimmick but effective. Smells were all Old's book.
Nice.
Yeah, the Bowers character is pretty interesting because like they have him kill his father in the movies and everything. In the books, it's like this whole thing where like I think he gets the knife, comes from Pennywise, and then later on in like when Bowers is committed to Juniper, the psychiatric hospital, like there's another
Peanut butter
gift that
Snickers.
shows up at the hospital, and the gift that shows up is like is the same knife that he uses to kill his father, and the one that was gifted to him from Pennywise. The clown.
Interesting.
Yeah, Pennywise uses fear as his means to like get people to kill people or whatever. But like he also uses Bowers as his own like agent who actually has physical.
He's a puppet.
Yeah, essentially he's a puppet.
Have they gone over what her name is?
The Monty Strand
Character.
Oh yeah,
For
Jackie Torrance.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, that was the grown moment for people that are big King fans. All right.
Like, come on, give us a little work to do.
She stars in her own show now.
Is it not Community?
Zoe's Infinite Playlist or something?
Oh.
Oh, she was in Evil Dead as well. That's what it was.
Oh.
Anyone?
Yeah.
That's right.
And she was in a film with Melanie Linsky. Huh.
Oh.
Who's that?
She was the woman in this. Her.
Melanie Linsky.
Yeah.
It's the blonde girl.
Yeah.
The blonde woman. It was in a movie with her.
Oh, okay.
Came out the same year, I think. I Don't Feel at Home in This World Anymore is what it's called.
Oh, I've heard.
It's on Netflix. Got Elijah Wood. Same guy did Green Room.
Still haven't seen Green Room. It's on my list.
Anyway, so what I was saying earlier was I looked up Reverend Deaver's actor,
Right.
Adam Rothenberg, and one of his first credited IMDb roles was in a short called Cruise Control, where his character's name was Flapjack Patrons.
I love that
That's
second season. The second season this came out, and they just didn't renew it. Like it just. That's funny.
No. Also, Cruise Control, subtitle of the sequel to Speed 2 Cruise Control.
I don't think Flapjack's Patrons was on that.
So what is Molly confessing to him right now?
Murdering his father.
She's like, I have a medical condition. I told you.
It was the mirror neurons.
You felt like killing your dad, so I killed your dad. Do you know how this works, Henry?
Have you ever heard of empathy? Because this is how it works.
That's a really interesting way to put it. Where it's like, it's not just I did it for you. You did it. Through me.
Interesting.
Right. And you think as a lawyer, as a defense lawyer, he'd be like, you know what, that's a thing that I should start saying. I believe you.
Yeah.
That's something he'd want to use in court later on for his...
My client has empathy, Your Honor. He was not the one who actually killed this person. It was another person acting through him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys ever been in a
none of
junkyard?
those actually got through.
Yeah.
Sorry. Let me lean a little closer. I'm so sorry. My phone's not charging right. It's like hovering at 9. So it's
hovering at 9?
Yeah, not building beyond 9.
Right.
Like, it's got like what the fuck? Because I keep on trying to check it. That's why my screen keeps on going black. So I can like shove the thing back in, but it's being great.
Right. Yeah. Sorry, man.
No, it's all good. I gotta try and see if I can find those other headphones. Oh.
By the way, side note, by now y'all should have received a book in the mail. Finally.
I did. I got your book.
Yeah, I got it.
Finally.
Got it kind of a while ago, honestly. Like I want to say, like
I
maybe
yeah.
3 or 4 months ago.
Yours was in the first batch, Chad.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, man, maybe not that soon, but I've definitely gotten it at least a couple months.
Nice.
Yeah. So everybody, check it out. Check out Dan Connell's newest book, Spencer and Kent at 6%.
Yes, that's right, because it
Yes.
rhymes. Eternal rhymes.
Yeah.
Coming of age story came out this summer. Very much as a summer story. Summer into fall.
Yeah, it's the perfect time for reading that book. Check it out, everybody.
One of the big scenes happens at a costume party. We missed those.
Yeah, I'll put it up on the screen so you guys can find it.
Sweet. Is that Tabasco sauce?
It's her constant.
Yeah, she's a real
Or her
Desmond.
totem.
Yeah. There is a lot of overlapping themes that we're finding in this series.
Yeah, you got the John Locke type religious character,
Yeah.
kind of, downtrodden, and now he believes again.
Right.
You got the mysterious Man in Black type Jacob E character,
Uh-huh.
Michael Emerson-esque.
Yeah.
You've got the whole Melanie Linsky playing sort of like a Kate type character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got
Like, I'm stretching a little bit, but overall, the main tropes are there.
yeah, the tropes are there. You were just going out into
I'm
the
not going to
wilderness.
make any more comparisons to these two characters, but I mean, there's a theme of losing your kid.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought this was really interesting, the part where he takes the camcorder and just follows the video through the woods,
Yeah.
like in real time, using it kind of like as a map. That's
That's
cool.
That's a cool thing.
Yeah.
I like this episode. It's like where I was like, oh, this show is actually really amazing.
Watch younger self.
I still feel kind of cheated, but it's not a bad show.
Yeah. Yeah. There are some things to like.
Yeah. And I think the next episode, and then
I just think it's too like ambivalent,
yeah, that's fair.
Like they make some choices, but they're all kind of wishy-washy.
No, I hear what you mean. I hear exactly what you mean. Like, so wait, you're just gonna wander around a Syracuse junkyard lot?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do that.
And how else are you gonna find the car you're looking for?
I'm a big fan of this a little bit. Yeah.
It feels like you could put an alt rock music video.
Oh yeah.
Where's this actor? Oh, it's Scott Glenn. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, not Lance Henderson, Scott Glenn, who broke the sound
That's
barrier.
right. That's right. He's in The Leftovers. That's why I was thinking about him. He plays the main guy's dad.
There you go.
Yeah.
He's so good in that. Much better in that show.
Great thing about this actor, this guy is ripped. Like, this guy is muscular as fuck.
Really?
He is.
Yeah, like he's a
Peanut
very
M&Ms.
powerful guy. Like, he's got.
Oh, he was in the military.
Yeah.
Oh,
Also, his age is not listed on his Wikipedia.
Wow.
like from all I could tell through interviews and stuff, he's like a man's man. Like, he goes and shit. Like, he's one of those.
Yeah. He looks like one of those kind of guys.
Huh. He's been married to someone since 1968.
Wow.
Oh.
Fatone.
Oh,
Hey, Tony. There you go. There's the warden's car. Hey, Will Sasso.
It's Will Sasso.
Is that Will Sasso?
No.
No.
Okay.
Could throw
Will
me off.
Sasso is in the Harley Quinn animated show, though.
As who?
He voices Maxie Zeus. It's really fun.
Oh, I did not recognize him.
You seen that show? It's so good.
Mm-hmm. I was watching that one week to week as it was coming out.
Yeah, I just finally binged it all.
Yeah, I got a chance to take a look at it maybe a couple of months ago. Such a fun series.
Yeah, it's way too good. It shouldn't be that good.
Yeah,
like
so much better than you would expect it to be.
Yeah,
exactly. It has no right to be that good.
I don't know, man. When you got, like,
I am the credit card bill's reckoning.
Who's that?
I wanted the big share.
The main character is it's like Rory Scovel or something, right?
I
don't know.
I thought it was a. Let me see.
The hottest actor in town.
Mm-hmm. So in that previous scene, we just saw the kid come into the house where the mom, Ruth, is by herself, dropped her pills on the floor.
Oh.
Very
And
scary.
that was after we had already heard the reports that people escaped from the mental institution.
Yeah.
Bane's voice was no one special. He's just a voice actor comedian guy.
Yeah, nobody special.
Yeah.
Credit cards.
Unlike Alfred Molina as Mr. Freeze. Oh yeah, Roy Chauvel was Gus. I don't know who Gus is. Is he like the weed guy?
Oh.
Maybe he's the weed guy. The pot guy, sorry.
And wait, and who? Oh, I know. JB Smoove played Poison Ivy.
Break the plan.
Yeah, a lot of different actors. Let's just slow him down. Yeah, this guy wants to be Kieran Culkin, but he can't.
That's not Kieran Culkin?
No, it's not. It's not a Culkin. He wants to be.
What?
Maybe it is Culkin.
I thought it was.
I swear that's Rory.
It's not. Oh, maybe it is Rory Culkin.
Was it Rory? I thought it was Kieran.
It looked like Kieran to me, but I don't know.
It is Rory Culkin. Oh my! I'm so sorry, Rory, if you're watching. I didn't mean that to be shade. You just look like your brothers. Now, Kieran is also in Fargo season 2 for a little bit, and he's in Succession.
Oh yeah, you're
really
right.
good
It is
Succession.
Rory.
There you go.
Yeah, because Kieran's busy with his Succession money.
Ah.
And he has a kid now.
Yes, this is one of those scenes we get since we're halfway through the season now. Like we're halfway through the first episode, or halfway through the 6 episodes. We're a little past the halfway point here, so now we're going to start getting some kind of answers, some sort of mystical person that's going to tell you how the universe works a little bit.
Yeah. Oh. Absolutely, and like it's unfortunate that it's kind of part of Stephen King's oeuvre too. There's a lot of magical black people in his work.
Yeah.
So you've got John Coffey from The Green Mile. You've got
I just stumbled across something really odd. I want to share it real quick.
Yeah.
Sure.
So I was looking at Rory Culkin's Wikipedia page, as you do.
Right.
Please.
And I got to the personal life section, as you do.
Uh-huh.
And it says he married a cinematographer, and the wedding was officiated by Paul Heyman on the eve of WrestleMania 34.
Oh.
Who's Paul Heyman?
Paul Heyman was the guy behind ECW, Extreme Championship Wrestling.
Ah.
Is it really big black dude?
No. He
He's a white
is
guy.
a tubby Jewish man.
Yeah. He was under the ring name Paul E. Dangerously for a while.
Yeah, like you remember the movie Johnny Dangerously with Michael Keaton?
Yeah.
Just imagine like 40 more pounds and a receding hairline and a ponytail. That was when he was like 40 more pounds, receding hairline, ponytail, and that's basically like what Paul Heyman looked like when he was Paul E. Dangerously.
Damn.
Oh, and Rory was in Signs. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I gotta see that movie still.
Oh, was there a middle
Signs.
brother in that? Is that what it was?
Macaulay, Kieran, and then Rory.
Right. No, I mean,
I think
Signs.
Kieran is by far the best.
There's the little girl, and there's Joaquin Phoenix, and there's probably some kid in the middle.
Oh, you mean in Signs?
Yeah.
I was like, I am a Kieran Culkin family expert.
Name your top 5 Culkins.
Kieran,
Okay.
Macaulay, Rory, and then the parents.
Ah.
Yeah.
So I know there was a bunch of Culkins in Home Alone, right? That was the whole thing, like all the cousins
Well,
and
because
stuff.
the one who went to bed was Kieran, who's now has Golden Globe and a SAG award and all this other stuff. He ended up being the award-winning actor.
Nice.
Crazy.
And he's the one who wets the bed.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of those classic signs that someone's going to be a
He's always going to
great
be one of my favorite
actor. Is wetting the bed.
I'm gonna host a movie night for Home Alone in December.
Nice.
And then Chad's favorite Christmas movie, Santa with Muscles.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right, Chad?
I mean, I hate to be a basic asshole, but Die Hard does exist.
Right.
It does exist. But I was talking more in terms of bad movies.
Yeah. Santa with Muscles is a pretty good bad movie. Like, I want to give it to Santa's Sleigh, but I haven't finished watching it ever.
Meanwhile, Santa with Muscles is actually like entertaining enough where you're gonna watch all the way through.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's also Mila Kunis' first role, I believe.
Ew.
Have you all seen Santa with Muscles?
No.
I haven't
ready for
watched it
this?
for a few years.
I watched it in December last year. Ready for a quick synopsis?
Yeah.
For the setup, Hulk Hogan plays an effeminate billionaire. That's right.
Right.
And then he dresses up as Santa for like a charity event or whatever, gets amnesia,
Right.
and an elf is trying to rob money from him and makes him believe that he is actually Santa. And he goes and tries to save an orphanage
Right.
from evil Ed Begley Jr.
Love Ed Begley Jr. That sounds like a good time movie.
It's quite fun.
Yeah. And I do want to see what Hulk Hogan's version of an effeminate billionaire would be.
He pays people for them to beat up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we have the our magical black man in his Rory Culkin translator or assistant, explaining sort of like the multiverse and how there's a schisma that's like the voice of God that people can hear. It's that ringing in Henry's ears that he keeps talking about. That's what it is. It seems like it's like the universe trying to pull together.
Oh, that's the name of the episode.
These things. Filter. Yes.
Yeah.
There it goes.
So-
Yeah. The filter.
The Rory Culkin thing that you pointed out about the wedding being officiated by Paul Heyman.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of sad though that Wikipedia does refer to the event as on the eve of WrestleMania 34, because that was right about 4 years into, or 3 years into, Vince McMahon sort of just completely losing track of how to name WrestleManias.
Oh, so like
Like,
unofficial naming.
They when you look at the logos, the numbering scheme is like Xbox levels of incomprehensible.
God, or like Windows level.
Yeah,
Or no Xbox.
like let me read you a few of them. Okay, so the first one, of course, was called WrestleMania.
Mhm.
The second was WrestleMania 2 with the Arabic number 2. You know, the one that we're
And
familiar
this is already
Yeah.
like 30 in, right?
Yeah. We are
Like
closing
really, this
in on
is
40.
31, right?
Yeah. WrestleMania 3 is with Roman numerals, as is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, and 10, and 11, 12.
Okay.
13 goes back to Arabic numerals. 14 has no
It's fine.
number attached to it.
Is it just
15
WrestleMania?
is back in Roman numerals. 16 is called WrestleMania 2000.
Okay. Oh yeah, in 2000 everything was that.
Yeah. WrestleMania 17 was called WrestleMania X7 with the number 7 spelled out. It's
What?
Seven. WrestleMania 18 is X8, but it's the number 8.
Oh my god.
WrestleMania 19 goes back to Roman numerals. Same for WrestleMania 20. 21, 22, 23 are all Arabic numerals. 24 is back to Roman numerals again. WrestleMania 25 is called WrestleMania 25th Anniversary, even though that's not how anniversaries work. WrestleMania 26, 27, 28 are all Roman numerals. WrestleMania 29 is called WrestleMania New York, New Jersey. WrestleMania 30 is Roman numerals.
Okay.
And then
after
that,
XXX.
they abandon numbering altogether. The next WrestleMania is WrestleMania Play Button. That's 31. WrestleMania 32 is WrestleMania Star. WrestleMania 33 is WrestleMania Sun. WrestleMania...
What is this, Pokemon?
Yeah, basically. 34 is Fleur de Lis.
Wow.
WrestleMania
is it
35
the
is
words
Crown.
Fleur de Lis, or is it just a picture of a...
It's a picture of a Fleur de Lis. It's a picture of a play button, a picture of a star,
Oh.
a picture of a Fleur de Lis, a picture of a crown. Like, he just gave up on numbering. He's just like WrestleMania.
Oh, this is just emojis?
WrestleMania.
Is that what it is? Or there's all emojis?
That's what it feels like.
And
then there was a WrestleMania pirate flag last year that ended up not actually being in Raymond James Stadium, which is why it had a pirate flag. Because it was supposed to be at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers Stadium.
Right.
But the pandemic.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right. Which one had Colin Jost and Michael Che like hiding underneath the stage?
I want to say that was Crown, WrestleMania Crown.
No.
Because that was the one that happened in New York. The Crown is supposed to infer Lady Liberty.
Oh. Oh, so it's that kind of a crown, like a spiky crown.
Yeah.
But it was a reference to King of New York.
But yeah, it's ridiculous, and I don't understand how people let him get away with it.
Yeah. And I can kind of understand like getting rid of the numbers things. I think they've done that with movies too. Like people don't want to keep track of numbers. Or they think the numbers mean that it's going to be a bad sequel or whatever. But when you give it like a subtitle, then it seems like, oh, this is a specific
this is the new
thing. Yeah.
Like they used to do the subtitle thing with a lot of their pay-per-views before they started giving them individual names. Because all of the pay-per-views were, for a while, there was the Royal Rumble, WrestleMania, SummerSlam, Survivor Series, and every other pay-per-view they had was called In Your House. Where it was just, this is a big show, but it's not one of our big four shows.
Right. And it's not Big Show, the wrestler.
No, it also isn't Big Show. And also, I haven't watched the Big Show, so if any of you guys have and you think it's good, let me know.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of like, this does not sound like it's going to be a good show. It's like, oh, it's a sitcom starring the world's largest athlete.
Yeah.
And then they started calling it pound for pound the world's largest athlete. And I'm like, what the fuck does that even mean?
Speaking of WrestleMania, I want to pick your brain, Chad, about WrestleMania Productions, the film arm of WrestleMania, aka the ones who made, I believe it was the Tooth Fairy 2 or it was Jingle All the Way 2. I forget which it was that they produced. No opinion. They also made Surf's Up 2.
Oh.
I did not even know that they made a Tooth Fairy 2. I was aware of Jingle All the Way.
Larry the Cable Guy.
Okay. Yeah, WWE Studios, they have movies, and apparently WrestleMania Studios are the very bad ones.
All right, I've got the WWE, which involves a lot of John Cena stuff. They're the ones who made Jingle All the Way 2, starring Larry the Cable Guy. No relation to Tooth Fairy 2, which also stars Larry the Cable Guy.
Yeah. I'm thinking of something else when I'm talking Tooth Fairy. Then.
And then Surf's Up 2, Wave Mania.
Yep. Which has The Undertaker as one of the characters.
That's awesome.
A penguin. Because they're surfing penguins in that movie, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
is that
you
what
know
that
what?
is? Oh,
I like we just talked through some interesting stuff.
we did. That's all right.
Yeah,
And that's the end of the
it looked
episode.
like there
Wow.
was a deer break-in at the
Yeah.
end of the episode.
Has to be what that is. So, Dan, thank you for joining us. I don't know if you're going to stick around for a little bit with us into the next
Stick around
episode.
for a little
or
bit, say hi,
not?
and then
Okay.
I'll pop out probably at the beginning of the next
Cool.
episode.
Okay. So, everybody, we'll be right back. We're going to turn the stream off and restart it. It's for episode 7, The Queen. That's a very important episode.
Are we
very
going to
good
take
episode.
a little bit of extra time for AJ? For
Uh,
his phone?
Yeah.
Or is it charging now?
I'm still charging. Let me try and see if I maybe if it could take a few minutes, I can try and
Okay.
see if I can swap phones.
Yeah,
Maybe
so-
I can get cordless ones going.
Cool. All right, everybody,
Okay.
we'll be back. Thanks for watching. Bye. Don't go anywhere. Bye.
Yeah. All right, and okay. I'm still.
I walked through the living room just now. Go in.
Okay, everyone. We're all live here.
I saw the Lifetime with Christmas or not Lifetime. Home chat.
I got my streaming costume, right? You said mask. So I got my little Jack Skellington thing, but the head is a hat.
Nice.
That's what I'm rocking today.
Problem.
Oh,
trying to
did we
think
have
what's-
a no mask rule?
It's good stuff.
I think
Oh,
David
yeah.
suggested.
But yes, no,
Do you
like
guys start with the TV mature audience discretion thing?
yeah, just start from wherever it starts.
Okay,
We're not
cool.
skipping anything. Yeah,
We ain't skipping
we
nothing.
ain't skipping nothing. Cause we're on episode
Even
7.
if we're off, it's only going to be by like 4 or 5 seconds.
Yeah, so we'll be
Yeah.
okay.
Worst case scenario is one of us goes, "Oh God,"
Yeah.
and then you're just like,
Wait, what happened?
You're like, what? Oh God. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is great.
Yeah.
I've gained experience, by the way, over having done this with you guys multiple times.
Yeah.
Like I
Yeah.
feel like I'm getting to get more and more dialed in each time. You
No,
know?
that's perfect.
Yeah.
It's always a good time to have you on too for
Yeah.
these, for our streaming.
Yeah. I noticed the key is gotta have you guys on a screen and then another device for the watching,
Yeah.
right? You know, so this is good. This is good.
Cool. Yes, everybody's
Very
going to be
"All right, so give
Watching-
us that countdown."
episode 7, The Queen, here on Hulu. We'll hit play in 3,
Sweet.
2, 1, go.
So the Queen.
Yeah.
There's been chess pieces scattered throughout the series so far. So obviously that's what it's in reference to.
Right.
And we
Yeah.
ended up with the house being a mess last episode. So the Queen probably also refers to Mrs. Deaver.
Mrs. Deaver.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
see, that's what I
Sissy
was thinking.
SpaceX.
Yes. See SpaceX.
SpaceX.
And that's the thing about it. Like everyone always likes to blame the king for everything, you know what I mean? But like the queen's always up to stuff.
Yeah.
Don't be fooled.
Also, the king can barely do anything.
Right.
He can
Yeah.
only really guard himself.
Kind of
Queen can go
defensive.
wherever the fuck she likes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, good point. I like that.
There.
Oh, one of the things that's been semi-running joke throughout the day, just to let you know, Anthony,
Yeah.
is we've been looking into branding opportunities for former big-name stars,
Yeah.
Yeah.
like Blue Diamond peanuts,
Uh-huh.
pretzels, or
Almonds.
whatever.
Almonds.
Blue Diamond
yeah.
almonds. We decided that Blue Diamond Phillips should be their big spokesperson.
Oh yeah.
Blue
They call him Blue Blue. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also for SpaceX, Sissy SpaceX.
Mm-hmm.
Sissy SpaceX.
Sissy
Oh.
SpaceX.
It's too perfect.
Yep.
It's too perfect.
Yeah.
We'll put her in a car. We'll shoot her into space.
Mhm.
It'll be fun. Here we go.
Yeah. So last we saw with Ruth, I think, was the kid coming into the house and scaring her after escaping from the
Yep.
mental institution. He was an escaped mental patient.
Where do I
Coming
recognize
home.
that guy from?
Bill Skarsgård?
Yeah.
Oh, he's like Pennywise the clown.
Thank you. I knew it. I knew
Yeah.
it. I was like, I've definitely seen this guy before.
Also, you've seen many members of his family before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? They're all into it.
I think
So
most of
Skarsgård, Stellan Skarsgård.
yeah.
We have like a sister Skarsgård.
Skellen's fine, but Bill? Really? With
Yeah,
that
that's
with
such
that
a
fancy
weird,
last name?
so
Should be
weird. to
like
change the-
Johan or something,
Yeah.
or something like
Yeah.
some kind of name to match that.
Yeah, William, but
Because
like with an
don't
accent
they-
on it. Yeah. William.
Because don't they put the
William
little?
Skarsgård?
They put those little. What do they call it? The umlauts,
Yeah.
right? Or something. I forgot.
Umlaut's the double dot.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I just like saying that. It sounds like a metal band.
Yeah, the reason why I remember what umlauts look like is because they look like this.
That's how you make them.
That's funny.
So we saw Ruth getting her chess set from Pangborn, and we saw an episode or two earlier where she was explaining to Henry's son Wendell that she uses the chess pieces like as her constant. Like she places them wherever in the house so that whenever she finds them, she knows, oh, I'm not in whatever time it is I think it is. You know, because of the Alzheimer's.
Wow.
This is now. Right?
Yeah,
That's her way of
yeah.
connecting back to the present.
That's really cool.
It's like, cool. You're doing it. And we have, now we see the dog that was in the suitcase, got hit by a truck.
Yeah.
And man, that's a way to kill a suffering animal, is to slit its throat with a butcher knife.
Is that really the best way to do it?
I think you should shoot it if you have a gun. If you're an ex-cop, I'm sure he's got a gun.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I'm sure he's got a gun.
Just shoot it.
Yeah, and like a knife to the heart. Yeah, it's a quick. I don't know if that's any better, but ew.
That's how they start off. What's it called? House of Cards.
Really?
Oh yeah. I
Yeah,
forgot about
the very first scene is him murdering a dog, mercy killing. It's like,
that. Yeah,
woo,
I remember
it's
that.
one of these shows, huh? Okay, let's
Yeah.
buckle up.
Let's see what else we got. Yeah,
Alexander,
that's-
Gustav, Bill, and Walter are the actors.
Yeah,
Bill.
see, Bill,
Yeah.
he got robbed.
Yeah. His dad was all like, "What if we just gave one of them a funny name?" Like his version of Bill is like, you know, when you have like when you have names here, it's just like
Yeah.
Bully or something. You
Yeah.
have, like,
Yeah.
Steven, Mark, and Bully.
It's probably some like wherever he grew up. There's some clown named Bill. Oh, he's the funniest. Yeah, Bill's a clown.
Alexander, Gustav, Walter, Bill.
See,
Bill,
that sounds so hilarious.
Or, you know, maybe it was the actor's choice. His actual name is William, and he was like, "I'm gonna be an actor now. I'm putting on these Hollywood shades.
Yeah.
Call me Bill."
It's kind of like the
I
Michael
think
J.
it-
Fox thing where there's probably already a William
Oh yeah.
Skarsgård.
It's more like
Which is crazy.
like a Wilhelm,
Yeah.
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, you would think Wilhelm would be his name.
Yeah. That makes
Right.
Yeah,
sense.
that fits so perfectly.
Or even like Wilfred or something.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know if you're digging graves in the winter time. You know what I mean? How deep could you possibly get?
Yeah.
Right, isn't it frozen?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it wouldn't.
Should have seen at least maybe like a backhoe.
Right.
Something like that.
Those are the lengths that he's willing to go for the woman he loves. So he'll dig through frozen ground to bury a dead stray dog in a suitcase.
Oh, I guess they used to travel a lot before she started her dementia or whatever. Because I thought I saw a picture in like the kitchen or something of like China maybe
Oh.
or
Oh.
Japan.
Right.
Like what are those stacked looking buildings
Right.
that people think of when they think of Asia,
Right.
East Asia?
Yeah. It's like
I
tower
never
things.
thought of like dementia as like kind of a temporal sort of thing.
Right.
You know, like you're here, then you're here, you're here, and then you're here. But it's interesting.
Yeah.
A lot of times, it's not like people are going back to the same place. They say that the best thing that you can do is just, let them be wherever it is in their mind they are.
Right.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it would be less jarring, right, overall?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, maybe you just gotta live in the now, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we're doing. But the thing is, if you force them to live in the now, you're forcing them to, like whatever they're experiencing, like you're just yanking them out of it every time it happens to them.
I guess what I mean is like if let's say there's a little breakfast set in front of them, they'll be able to see the breakfast, right?
Yeah, they just might not recognize the people they're eating breakfast with, or they might confuse them with other people.
Right. And see, that part I'm fine with, as long as we're still both having breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I think, you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like if there's some...
Yeah, you don't want to be like sitting down for breakfast with your grandma while your grandma is trying to do heart surgery.
Right.
Right. So, like, or that's why it's like maybe don't talk about, maybe if she goes, it's election time. That's gonna definitely set it in a time and place, right?
Right.
But if you just talk about like, oh man, isn't Waimanalo a nice beach? It's always a nice beach, you know. So you can talk about it anytime.
That's a good point.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is. I mean, I heard a thing. I don't know if it was This American Life or one of those kind of shows where they're talking about like a couple and their grandma or whatever was living with them and had Alzheimer's, and the husband was an improviser. So he would just yes and whatever she was talking about. And his wife would get frustrated because she'd be like, "No, you have to tell him what reality is." And he's like, "It's fine, It keeps her engaged and it's fine." Because she says, "Hey, your name is Bill, and we're on vacation in the Bahamas or whatever. Just go with it until she moves on to something else."
She's a perfect audience member.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
and it keeps her happy.
Ask for suggestions. She just throws them out.
Yeah. Instead of snapping in her face, she's like, "No, you're crazy. Stop it."
Yeah. I guess you just have to hope that whoever it is that you're in an Alzheimer's scene with, has strong statements at the beginning of the scene.
They're not asking a bunch of questions.
Take a stance on something, man.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What are you about?
Don't just come into the scene and start asking questions.
Don't put them on the spot.
I can't stop sweating.
I just can't stop. I can't.
You know what I mean? Yeah, you just got to be very clear about what's happening with you.
That is a strong statement to start a scene.
Yeah.
Because the other person's like, okay, why is he sweating so much? Maybe I'm gonna say it's because he's sick, or maybe we're on the sun. We're on the surface of the sun. We're trying to mine sun rays.
I can't tell if I like Pangborn or I don't. I'm still undecided.
It's the name
weird.
of the character.
The character.
I hear you.
Okay.
No, I hear you.
I know I haven't gotten to the end.
With him is like, whether or not he's actually a good guy.
Right.
Because he's trying to do good stuff mostly, but he's done a lot of sinister shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's a Scott Glenn thing too, because Scott Glenn in a lot of the things that he plays a role in, like it gives off that very same dynamic, the same vibe, and energy where it's like, is this guy on my side or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, who was the bad guy in Backdraft?
Oh.
I don't know.
I want to say it was Dennis Hopper, but I think that was Speed.
Yeah, it was Speed. Who was it in Backdraft?
Like,
Kiefer Sutherland was also great in that movie. Not Kiefer, sorry. Donald.
Yeah, he was playing
the Pyromaniac.
Yeah, he was Hannibal Lecter, basically, of Pyromaniac.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, he knew all about guys who like fire.
Yeah, so they had to go. The firemen had to go talk to him in the mental institution to find out the clues to find the Pyromaniac.
Yeah, he's in
Backdraft.
Backdraft. in
Oh, he is.
1991 as John Adcox.
Yeah,
Nice.
see, he was the guy. He was the
Yeah.
fireman that got all mad at the pensions or whatever.
Yeah.
So he started taking revenge against those people by
right.
burning them.
What? See,
But
there's
that's
a,
what. Yeah. Sorry, go.
I don't know. No, yeah. There's okay. In addition to that, for the Backdraft movie, it says here that he also performed stunts in the film for Backdraft.
Whoa.
I don't
Wow.
see that listed in any of his other credits, but he seems like a rough and tumble type, where he's just like, I do some of my own stunts. As soon as they call cut on this, I disappear into the woods and hunt pheasant and come back out with 3 pheasants.
Yeah, I think that kind of plays into that fact that we don't know if he's like a good guy or a bad guy kind of thing, because it's like he always has that energy of like that old guy who'll just beat the shit out of you,
Yeah.
disrespect him or whatever.
Oh wow, he was originally supposed to be Clay Morrow in Sons of Anarchy.
What? Interesting.
Yeah, they replaced him with Ron Perlman, who was sort of great in the fucking role.
Right.
But it's like, I kind of would have liked to have seen him.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
That's kind of what they do when they do remakes, right? A lot of times it's like, oh, let's see what happens when we throw these people in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is my favorite scene of the entire series, where a woman is impressed by a man doing magic. That's always.
This guy is like, yes, I knew it. I knew it finally paid off.
The French drop.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's great. And also too, if I remember correctly, I haven't read Needful Things in a while, but I think that was a quirk of Alan Pangborn's character in Needful Things too. Like he would go around showing people magic tricks and doing card tricks and stuff like that throughout the book. But I think that's how the defeat of the antagonist happens. Like he ends up defeating this demon that attacks Castle Rock by like simple sleight of hand magic.
Right.
And I guess that's a callback to that in this.
Pulls the.
And then
I think, you really got to like magic to do it, you know?
Yeah.
Because most people will not like watching you do magic. I don't know. It's just right. It's like one of those things where it's like I feel like that's the only way you get to be one of those top guys is you just have to be okay being like not famous,
right,
and able to do that stuff because like I think like I mean I think we've all seen like amateur level art performance art, right? Whether it's like the improv or the stand-up comedy or whatever, but like man, those early days of magic, that's just like extra embarrassing because what you're doing is so dorky.
Yeah.
And I think that it's like become like sort of like stock character that I've seen in like teen TV shows or movies. There's like the one dorky kid who really loves magic.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
like that's his character. Like he's like, I'm a magician.
I get it. Like, a shout out to you if you love magic and if you want to be a magician, but don't make that your whole personality or the character's personality. Like, it's like, oh, so what do? I do magic, and what else? Nothing. Like, I don't have any other feelings or hobbies or anything.
I just feel like if you're ever taking a photo in a sparkly shirt and there's like a black background and you're doing this pose, right? You know, the one where you got your hand out and then like they have like the animated art of the card just floating above your hand or something. I feel like that's how you know you've become that character, right? It's like the magic of Shin Lim. It's, I don't know, buddy. You're you're Burt Wonderstone. You're David. You're all those guys. It's like the Dread Pirate Roberts. You know? It's like you just assume the mantle of the magician.
It's like I am the Dread Pirate Roberts.
Oh man, imagine if magicians could get into duels, and then you just get to take whatever adjective that they had in front of their name.
Yeah.
Magician's duel.
Magician's duel.
Dueling magicians. No, yeah. Oh my god.
Oh, dude, it's a whole world, man. It's the whole world out there. You know what? I thought Now You See Me was like a really like disappointing movie, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know what I expect. You know what? I had seen 2 actually pretty good magic movies at that point. I'd seen the one with Homeboy, Edward Norton. I forgot what that one was called. Maybe like just The Magician or something like that. I forgot.
I know what you're talking about. I
Yeah.
think that is called The Magicians.
And
it's called The Magicians
or something. I don't know. But that one was okay. And then I saw the best magic movie ever, which is The Prestige.
Yeah.
Like, that movie's outstanding. And then I was like, you know, the Burt Wonderstone was pretty funny. The Illusionist, yeah. But no, Now You See Me was bad. And then I saw a clip from Now You See Me 2.
Right.
And I'm just like, there's this one thing where they're all like in a room being searched for a card, and it's just them like, oh, this is how this guy avoids them seeing the card, and then he like tosses it to somebody else, and then they kind of catch it, and I'm like, how is nobody seeing all these idiots move like this?
I know.
You know what I mean? It's just like, it's so bad. It's so bad. I'm like, every one of these security guys fired. It's like, okay, how about instead of letting them control how you search them, how about you just line them all up and be like, get buck naked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's your sleight of hand now, suckers?
Yeah. And also, like, on a side note, like, the first film is called Now You See Me. Second film, Now You See Me Too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right. They had it.
It was right there.
And they dropped the ball. It was right there.
Like, you could still call it Now You See Me Too. It just needs to also have the code. Now you.
Exactly.
Right. It's one of those layups that, like, this is how easy the layup was. You know when you give a kid a ball and then you grab them around the waist and then you hold them up to the basket?
Yeah.
That's the kind of layup they had with that title.
You know what it was? It was like some auteur director. I bet you it was like a different director that stepped in and he was like, no, we're not doing that. We're doing something different. But they're saying, like, yeah, I know it's right there, but this isn't a production where we're just going to be doing just basic shit. We're going to be doing real magic. We're talking about cards getting thrown from card-carrying person to card-carrying person until that card is no longer in the fucking... Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So, I mean,
that was cool, though. I do like that when people get that way about naming. Like, they just name each book, right? And it's just like, instead of part 2, part 3, right?
Yeah. And I was like, Now You See Me, and it was like, Now You See Me, and there's just a it was like a subtitle golden movie.
Yeah.
That would have been fun. Like, Now You See Me, The Reckoning. Now You See Me 2.
The Reckoning.
Boogaloo.
Requiem.
Boogaloo.
So,
I like that movie.
So I've never actually watched the Now You See Me movies, but the impression that I got from seeing commercials about it is that it's like if everyone in Ocean's 11 was just irredeemably dorky.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's like, what's funny is, like, they're all supposed to have their own specialties in magic, and yet they can all do everything.
Mm-hmm.
What's the point? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, because originally, you know what a mentalist is?
Oh, that's like the people that are supposed to read your mind, right?
Kind of.
They like sort of predict what you're about to do.
And they do it with, like, verbal trickery, right? Like, they load their questions so they can get you to say what they want you to say. You know what I mean? Kind of. And, like, that's Woody Harrelson's character. He's a mentalist. But like I said, every time a situation comes up, it's like, now he's like a master of sleight of hand. Now he can escape from shackles. It's just like, do they have specialties or not? I don't understand this X-Men. It'd be like if Storm just started shooting beams out of her eyes. You know, it's like, what's going on? Claws pop out of her hands. She regenerates. There's no rules in this game.
It's like, all right, we're the X-Men, but everyone's rogue.
Everyone's rogue. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, man. Like, I'm such a nerd when it comes to stuff like that. Like, if you can't define the rules of your world, like, what the fuck am I watching? Just you engaging in random shit, and then, like, whatever is convenient for the plot, you're gonna throw in there.
Yeah.
Do something, make it make sense. But
yeah. They should just. What's the one where? Oh yeah, Deus Ex Machina. That one.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm.
Yeah, that's another thing about that movie, Chad. Is it's just Oh wow! It just fixed itself. It's amazing. Looks like I didn't have to watch this movie. We could just got to the end because if that's how you're gonna fix it, right? It's just like da 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 da, and it's okay. It's like what?
If none of these characters that you've spent the entire movie with were here, everything still would have been fine.
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
Like Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh my God, that is amazing. When I found out that Indiana Jones thing, I was just like, oh yeah.
Yeah. All the Nazis were going to die anyway, so it's fine.
But you know what's? But it's like, but that just goes to show you how good Steven Spielberg is, right?
Yeah.
Because nobody questions it the first time they watch it. It's perfectly acceptable. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everything's fine.
I guess they're expecting you to have that healthy form of disbelief.
Because we want to watch Harrison Ford have an adventure. That's fun.
Yeah. That's all we need to see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, you know what that is? It's like, that's a person who really understands like what kind of like ride you can literally take someone on by watching a movie.
Yeah.
Right? Because you're really just going for the ride. Because you're right, there's a lot of things that don't make a ton of sense. You know? Like, I don't know what people think swimming is like, or I don't know what people think submarines like are like, you know, how they propel themselves.
Yeah.
The fact that he like jumps off a ship and swims to and catches a submarine, like what's going on?
Yeah. And just gets in from the outside.
What is this?
Yeah, just gets in from the outside, no problem. They leave these things unlocked.
Yeah.
All right.
You just kick in the screen door on the side. That's all you gotta do.
It only would have been better if he came through a torpedo tube.
Yeah.
Like that. Because of the airlock, you see. I don't know.
It kind of made sense.
You know what? This is what I like. I know I'm kind of soaking in the story and hanging with you guys at the same time. But one thing I notice is like, I love shows that are super deliberate about their shots. You know, like I know like when there's some things I noticed in some of the early episodes, these imageries of like pieces of rope hanging, and then you can see another character like kind of further in the distance, but they're within the little loop of the rope, and you're like, oh, this is interesting. You know, it's like this show has, I know it's full of like great images. You know, the red hoodie that that girl was wearing when she went to go murder the guy, right? It's just like, you know, these are great, like, it's very visually rich, this, in addition to just being a cool plot. So I like that. Like, I think you kind of underestimate how much that sort of like those images sort of work on you subliminally.
Yeah.
I love that.
It's something you see in horror a lot more than you see in a lot of other genres.
Yeah.
It's really able to.
You know what's? Yeah. Sorry. I was just thinking too. Like, I love the. You know what was helpful for my viewing, just in general too, was the AJ Stephen King rundown of the world that you guys kicked it off with this morning.
Yeah.
That was like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's like. But yeah, now that you were mentioning like the Overlook Hotel and only these kind of soldiers can drink there and like all this stuff, and I was like, this is really, I want to like go and read other Stephen King books now, you know, and just to kind of like, it's really neat that it's kind of all set within a universe. That's really fun.
Yeah.
Isn't there like a Misery show too, or whatever, or is that the second season of this?
Yeah, so the second season is like Missouri.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we got this scene real quick with Sissy Spacek and young Henry Deaver. She's in the bath and they're playing like some 20 questions type of game. You guys ever just hang out with your mom while she's taking a bath? That's weird, right?
No, not since I was 2.
No.
Yeah, it's like, when did I start bathing myself?
Yeah.
Very shortly after that, it stopped.
Yeah.
That is so
you're not
very
old
strange.
enough to have a conversation and then also in the bathroom while your mom's in the bathtub talking.
Right.
I feel like you can have a good conversation at a fairly young age.
No.
It's just you don't know all of the right words.
Right.
All right. I think like only comical nudity is acceptable amongst family members. Like dad coming out in his tighty whities,
Yeah.
that's pretty hilarious. So that is an acceptable form. But yeah, mom hanging around the kids naked, we're getting into weird.
Yeah.
We're getting into weirdness now. You know what I mean?
And
Your mom was never in the bathtub.
10? He's like
Yeah.
10 years old or something.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, and that's not even like his real mom.
Yeah.
He's adopted.
Oh,
Exactly. It's not blood.
Yeah.
It's different.
yeah. Even weirder.
Yeah, that starts getting into the what are you doing, stepmom?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this just one long Woody Harrelson? No, not Woody Harrelson. Woody Allen game? I don't know.
I would like to see a long Woody Harrelson game.
That's what I was thinking about. About Lord Baelish,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
In Game of Thrones.
No, I
It's
don't know
like-
anything about that.
Oh wait, no, David
It's
hasn't
fine.
watched it.
It's fine.
Oh yeah. Anyway,
That's the next show that we're gonna do.
not
Yeah.
spoiling anything, but he knew a character from the time she was a baby, and now he's like, oh, she's all grown up. I don't
I
know.
wanna fuck her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so gross. That's so goddamn gross.
But then every woman you hook up with, right, was once a baby, and you're okay with that. And you're okay with that. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's like they're not a baby anymore.
Right.
So, but it's weird that does play a thing in our mind, right? It's just like, even though that fact is true, it's just something about like, yeah, if you know someone from the time they were real little, it's like if you didn't know them when they were really little, you just met them when they were finally older. That's somehow less. That's not as bad.
It's slightly less weird.
Yeah, like
But
I can think of people that I know from when they were like extremely young, or
Right.
like actual babies, and then
Uh-huh.
they're adults now, and I'm just like, oh yes, this person is attractive. Imagining fucking them is weird.
It is. weird.
Yeah.
yeah.
There's little
Because up
safeties
until that
that they build into us. Yeah.
Yeah. There's up to that point you've had like a different, thought relation to that person.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right.
Like you need to be like removed from this person for an extended period of time
Ooh.
before you can start to think, okay, yeah, fucking sure.
So there's kind of a weird implication that if you want to fuck them now, that you had some weird feelings about them earlier.
Yeah.
That's the fear, right? That's what keeps everybody in check.
Yeah.
It's like, no, this was a complete surprise.
Yeah.
I could not have predicted that I would want to have sex with this person.
Yeah.
I am enjoying that. I am old enough now to have seen people grow up,
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah.
and it is neat. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It is really neat to be like old enough where you're aware that they're like a lot. Maybe you're like 10 or 15 years older than them, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then now maybe like they're finally graduating from like high school or something,
Uh-huh.
and it's
Yeah,
just
doesn't
like
it make you feel hella old?
Yeah.
it does. It really does.
Yeah.
But it's an
Oh.
yeah. It just
Sorry, but it's interesting.
yeah.
Oh, my bad. You said it was an interesting one now?
Oh no. It's
Just
just
watching them grow up.
Yeah.
watching them grow up, and then the fact that it just makes it puts your life in perspective too, because you had this idea that like, oh, when I was there, man, I had done some stuff and blah blah, and then like you look back and you're like, oh, I hadn't done anything yet,
Right.
and it's weird that like you'll still have the same thought about yourself now, like, oh yeah, I've done some stuff, and then there's somebody else looking at us going, man, look at those guys, they haven't done anything. just never happens. Just keep passing it down the line.
Nah,
That's why it's
sure,
kind of
yeah.
nice to have like older friends because
Mhm.
they're there to tell you just like, man, shut the fuck up about being old.
Yeah.
You've done nothing.
Yeah.
It's like, did you hurt yourself standing off the toilet today when you got up to take a shit? Because I did. That's old.
Hey, when you rolled out of bed, how bad did that fuck you up?
Yeah. What's the threshold where people will stop questioning? You know what I mean? Like, what, there's always that groaner where someone's like, oh, I'm getting older now, and then you hear the groan from the older people.
Right.
When does that stop? 40, 50,
No,
Yeah,
I think
gray
it
hair
stops
starts coming in.
around retirement age.
Yeah,
65,
yeah.
70,
At
Probably
some
sometime between
point,
55 and 65.
yeah, like gray hair times, I
55 and
think.
65.
But you cross
Oh,
the
okay.
line, and then people, instead of groaning at it, they go, "No, no, you're not that old."
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. Or what they'll
That is
do,
true.
this is what I'm scared of. One day I'm going to say my age and people are going to applaud. Like, the fact that you made it that far. It's like, good
fact
job.
that
Pray for not being
You're
dead.
sitting here with us, sir. You're
Good
like
for
having
you. Good
cognizant
for you. You're
thoughts,
out and
breathing
about
with your
doing
lungs.
stuff.
I just
I know.
turned. Yeah.
At some point, it's going to become an accomplishment for all four of us. Like, oh shit, we went out and did the thing. Somebody give this man a hand.
I think that there's a crossover in time between what Anthony's describing and what David's describing.
Yeah.
About, like when you say your age, and then some people are just like, you age shit.
Yeah.
Other people are just like, oh wow, you're up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. There is,
Yeah.
those aren't adjacent or directly adjacent to each
Yeah.
other. Yeah, there's one is definitely a higher version.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I always, like, one thing that I think is weird when people are trying to convince, like, 70-year-old women, it's like, no, you're still bangable. It's like, why do you think that's still important to her?
Yeah.
You think she's worried about that at this point? You think she's worried about how bangable she is? She knows.
I mean, she might be.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, you're right. She does absolutely know exactly how bangable she is at that age, I think.
Like, it's just so funny. It's like, go out there, girl, get you a man. It's just like, she's all right. I think she's okay. Like,
She's doing all right.
I'm not saying they can't. I'm not saying they can't. But I'm just saying it's like, it's funny when people are just talking about them like they're a swinging single. It's like,
So Florida is a big retirement community. Did you guys hear, like, there's a fucking boatload of sex going on in those retirement communities in Florida?
Yeah,
where they're just, like,
I believe it.
willy-nilly getting it on.
One of the things I had to do for community service when I lived in Chicago, right, is, you always hear like, oh, the AIDS is really bad and da-da-da-da. But actually the weird, like, public health campaign we were going on is we were trying to educate seniors about the usage of condoms.
Yeah.
It was so weird because, like, all of them had this mentality, like, it's like, why am I going to use a condom with all these girls I'm hooking up with?
They
their
can't get
uterus
pregnant.
has been done for a long
Yeah,
time.
exactly.
They can't get pregnant. And so that was the mental hurdle they had to get over. They could understand. It's like, I don't need to use this. I can't get anybody pregnant, or I can't get pregnant. But yeah, it's like, but that shows that's the time they came from, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't about like disease protection. Just you didn't want to have a kid outside of wedlock.
Yeah.
No, you're right. That's absolutely true. Like, it's crazy. They're like, I don't care about no diseases. And yeah, but I hear that there's, like, diseases a lot over there. Like, it's just rampant.
Yeah, but that's
And, like, that's so bizarre too. Like, yeah, man. Florida has actually had some stories come out of it. There's, like, a story of, like, a 48-year-old banging a 63-year-old in public in Florida, and one of the retirement communities. Like, yeah, it's like, oh, what are we doing here? But okay, I guess. Like, at that age, there's like, you know what? I don't give two damns. Just pop me up on this, like, go-go scooter. Let's have at it.
Do it. Why not?
There are people that get to that stage of life, like, and you can tell because you can see this in people's behavior in, like, games, right?
Yeah.
It's like a little micro version, right? Where it's like they know they're about to quit. They know that, like, whatever ramifications are coming for their actions, they're never going to live to see them. So they just act all wild, and then they bounce out. I think some people get to that,
right?
And they just accidentally live longer than they expected. It's like, they're like, "Woo! It doesn't matter. Woo! Woo! I'm still alive. I'm still alive."
Yeah.
So what is the life lesson that they have for these seniors in these retirement communities that, like, at 70 are like, yeah, I've lived a storied life, but you know what's good right now? Some fucking.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get a fuck up. It's time for some fuck up.
Yeah, I think it's that weird thing that happens when you're 20 and when you're 70, where it's like, YOLO kind of thing. like carpe diem and all that stuff. It's like when you're old and like most of your friends are dead, and like I can go at any time. So fuck it, if we want to bang here on this park bench, let's just do it. And we're gonna be dead in 6 months.
My grandpa, he's in his mid-80s, and this is he's not going around chasing tail as far as I know. But like recently, his doctor just removed all food restrictions. He just said, "Hey man, just eat whatever you want. Enjoy yourself."
Yeah.
Like you made it far enough that we don't really give a shit anymore.
Nice.
Isn't that the thing too? Like once you become a centurion, and once you reach the age of 100, you don't have to pay state taxes or federal taxes.
What?
Isn't that a thing?
I feel like that's not true. It's an urban legend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it'd be nice.
You know what though? That's hard to abuse. Right? You know what I mean? That's really hard to abuse. What are people gonna do now? They're gonna be like, oh, guess I'm gonna live to 100 just to spite the government. You know, you know, like people can't even do that if they want to.
Yeah.
So
what you do is
that would be fun.
You transfer the ownership of all your corporations to a 100-year-old man, so then you don't have to pay taxes.
Ooh.
Like regardless of like the potential for abuse, it just feels like the government rewarding us. And in my experience, they tend not to do that.
Yeah. So no taxes, right? And what they do is they give you a gun with a single bullet in it, and it's just like you can't be prosecuted for whatever happens with that.
So it's just when you hit 100, they should just take you out of the system. So then you don't have to pay taxes, but you're not really going to get social services either because it's up to you now. I don't know.
Yeah, it's up. Yeah.
In fact, they wipe you from all the records.
Yeah.
So it's like if you decide to become a fucking 105-year-old cat burglar, your prints aren't in the system anymore.
Go for it.
Damn.
Wow, awesome. You know what? And because if you could actually, like, they still stop you if they catch you doing the crime, but you get unlimited attempts. Right? So every day you can wake up and be like, I'm going to rob that liquor store. It's like, oh, you try every day, Grandpa. And every day.
It's like Grand Theft Auto. You just wake up outside of the police station with half of your money gone.
Yeah, exactly.
I just found this weird article. It's on the CNBC.com website, and it just says the title of the article is "Turning 100. Your birthday gift could be an unexpected tax." And that seems a little bit more in line with our United States government.
Yeah. Like, man. It's like, oh, you made it this far. Let's fuck you over some more.
Yeah. Like, aren't you going to try and leave money to your kids? Like, aren't you trying to get money or a business or something? Let's tax that as many times as we can. Yeah. I'm thinking 4 times as a base. Let's see. It says, there's not too much. I don't know if there's a lot of substance in this article.
A lot of times articles like that don't have a ton of substance because most people can't really read a whole lot of information about the tax code.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I can't. Like that bores me to tears, even if it was like right in front of me. It's like, this will affect you and your family for the rest of your life. I'm like, yeah, but Castle Rock is on. And that's
but I want you to simplify that a couple levels further down.
Yeah.
This is written for a 10th grade education. I'm like, let's go for 6th.
Well, that's the weird thing about people. It's just like you don't really get to tell yourself what you do. You know, it's really every time you do something, it's really just a negotiation between differing mental forces in your body, right? Or however you want to envision it, right? But like, because if you could just tell yourself what to do, you'd eat perfectly, you'd finish all your assignments, you'd read, you do all that stuff. But the fact that we don't, that's what tells me it's a negotiation. It's every time.
Everything is just bargaining with yourself.
Yeah.
What am I willing to do?
Yeah. What am I willing to do? Right.
Yeah, it's you bargaining against yourself across like a span of time too, right? So it's like you're thinking about your past, whatever you've been doing, whatever you've done, whatever you're looking to build. I think people, I think that can be a thing too. Jeez.
My brain.
Coming, Dave?
Yeah.
Good. I took a popcorn break. Let me do a count real quick. 1, 2.
Oh, that's a smart tactic. varying
Salt
salty
to
and sweet.
content.
Yeah.
Nice.
You can't do one
That's
too much.
it.
I was just getting sick of it once.
Yeah,
See.
it's just like I watched Guy Fieri eat like 6 pounds of ice cream or something ridiculous,
Yeah.
and like people were like watching it and they're like, what the hell is he doing? Halfway through, he's eating a giant bowl of French fries. Doesn't he know that's just more food? But no, it's the salty sweet variance. It keeps
Yeah.
you going. It gives you your second win. So that's
It's just kind of,
tactics.
it's like doing a superset. You gotta work a different muscle, different part of your tongue. I'm at 22 pieces of candy out of 55. So almost halfway. Yeah, right about the halfway point.
Hey,
Right about.
nice.
No, I know. I'm 5 pieces away from that.
Are you
point.
are you required to chew all this candy? Can you blend it?
I suppose I could. I feel like that's. I don't know if that's really better or worse.
Yo,
I mean, the M&Ms
start
are.
counting out like how many different types of candy you have.
Yeah.
Like you could make yourself like a fucking Snickers milkshake, man.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I mean,
If you don't got that kind of kitchen at your disposal, you could always go like McFlurry, where you just chunk it into big bits and then dump it in ice cream.
I studied ice cream.
Just like
today. I
hold it
didn't
in
eat
your
ice
hand,
cream
like, crush it.
Yeah. Or you know what you do? You shove a bunch of candy in your mouth, then you take a swig of milk, you just kind of swish it around.
I was gonna start dunking these Snickers bars in water like Kobayashi.
Yeah.
Swallowing them whole.
I'm so glad that we're like almost 40, Anthony.
Because
If
you would have done
suggested that shit when we were in our early 20s, we would absolutely be doing
Oh, yeah.
that.
Yeah, like right now.
I wouldn't have feet anymore, Chad. Like that would have been the price.
Like we would have just been like wandering around like, what are you doing? Milkshakes.
I bet my body chemistry would be so screwed up. All it would be is like pure energy and then crying and then sleep. that would be the only emotions available to me.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So we haven't really talked about this episode at all.
Yeah.
And I feel like with 15 minutes left, now's a great time to start.
Yeah.
Let's jump right in.
It's really interesting that like the first 20 minutes were like scenes from previous episodes with a little bit of extras in between because we're now seeing her perspective.
Yeah.
What's the mom's name?
Sissy SpaceX playing Ruth.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we get to see stuff from Ruth's perspective, but Ruth also is suffering from Alzheimer's. So we have both Rashomon and unreliable narrator both going on at the same time.
Yeah.
And also, she's hallucinating a lot of times that the kid is being her ex-husband or dead husband, the Reverend. Which is that a hallucination? Is it some sort of evil glamour he's got on him? Who knows?
You know the whole idea, Chad. Maybe you can help me on this one. You know, unreliable narrator. Even though, like, we consider that, like, as by definition, like unreliable, we can rely that was their take on it, right? Or is unreliable narrator like, no, you're being deceived, and the narrator knows you're deceived, knows they're deceiving.
I think both kinds exist. Yeah.
It's both. Whoa.
Yeah, like sometimes stories play with that as a part of it. It's like, is the narrator being unreliable because of the fact that their memory is not perfect and things are other things affect your memory, or is it because they are straight up lying to you?
Right. So kind of like deliberate deception, yeah.
Yeah. So the thing is, like, you as the viewer or the reader need to figure out which one is the thing that's happening now.
Yeah. Because I noticed that about watching the scenes with, what's the neighbor's name again? The pilled up lady?
Oh, Molly
Strand.
Molly Strand.
Yeah. So, yeah, because I was kind of thinking that about her episodes too, right? Where it's just like, because even when she's trying to explain it to other characters, even then she has a hard time of saying exactly what it's like.
Right.
So.
But
they use that a lot.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found that it was kind of interesting that they had her go like we were talking about this previously already, but like the idea that like it's a medical condition as opposed to like, bitch, I got powers.
Right.
The mirror neurons.
Mirror neurons. That's right.
Mirror neurons. What are we doing here?
You know what? That would be amazing if like then she could watch Tiger Woods swing a golf club,
Right.
and all of a sudden she's the best golfer.
Yeah.
And then we're like, oh, this story is really just the origin of the Taskmaster. She has mirror neurons.
Yeah.
That's the true, the actual medical term for photographic reflexes.
Yeah.
So now we're cluing in with Sissy Spacek, who is dressed for her husband's funeral, apparently.
Right.
Which
Yeah.
something they do an interesting thing they do in this episode is all the flashback scenes, all the scenes of her life with her husband before he died, and all the things in her past. It's still Sissy Spacek playing the character. It's not like the younger version of her, which is flashing through time.
Right.
It's just her in her mind.
I really love that. 'Cause I think that's how people feel in their lifetime. You know what I mean? Like, you always kind of just feel like you.
Right.
Yeah, like, even when I'm imagining stuff that I did when I was, like, 7 or 8 years old,
yeah,
it's just me, but closer to the ground.
Right.
Is how I imagine it.
Yeah, you know, so yeah, definitely stuff along those lines for sure.
Yeah.
Like, so I think it is kind of true about that experience. Like, I hear older people say this all the time, that like even though when they were maybe like 20, they looked at 40 like it was like so old.
Oh yeah.
But you know, they'll constantly say how they don't really, you know, maybe some body things or whatever, they look in the mirror or whatnot, but just their general, you don't feel like you've aged in that regard, you know. So it's pretty neat.
Yeah, you just notice, oh, my kids are now adults. That's weird. They got so old. I'm fine. It's like, oh wait, no, that means I'm old. Oh no, it's been 20 years.
I'm having those conversations with my mom and Auntie Dawn now.
Oh yeah.
Where we're kind of tripping out that I'm not a little kid anymore, and you know, and then I'll freak them out. I'll be like, yeah, Grandma's not here anymore, so you know, you guys are next.
That's a way of putting it.
Which you know, is logical.
Yeah,
it's
true.
Thing.
There's no lie there.
I mean, maybe, you know, no one really knows. So.
Right, but it's what everyone's expecting, and kind of really, I mean, that's what everyone's hoping happens. That it's the older generation that's going to die first. That's that weird. That's the weird dynamic whenever you talk to your parents, is that I hope that you die before me, and they're also saying I hope I die before you, but no one wants to say that because it's weird.
But that is the sentiment. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You know, that's another. Who was the first person that said it? But I know it's been said by a lot of comedians. Like when a little kid says, "I want to be Batman," they're really just saying, "I hope my parents die."
That's amazing. That's actually very funny.
I think, you know, what's going to talk about like the character stuff and the parents and whatnot. That's it's always significant, right? Like characters that are orphans, because one of the things that's sort of interesting about like knowing your parents is it is a preview. It is, right? Like in some ways. Like, I don't know. Do you guys have like, you know how people say like, oh, there's a history of whatever it is in my family.
Right.
Oh,
you guys have that?
High blood pressure, diabetes, high cholesterol. You know, it's like all kinds of stuff.
If you have to pick a favorite, Chad, do you have a favorite?
a favorite health problem that's been passed from my family from generation to generation.
Yeah, what's this? There's no Wago signature curse?
I want to see hypertension's the signature curse.
Okay.
Because we all like salt.
AJ, that was you too?
Yeah, I think hypertension, but I think my family has a lot of heart stuff.
Clearly, David's not afraid of anything. He eats ice cream every day.
Yeah, I eat ice cream every day. M&M's by the pound. No. Yeah, because I don't really know like my family history stuff. Like, it usually goes to your mom's side, right? And like my mom,
Okay.
my biological grandfather on her side, like he died during the Vietnam War before he was old enough to really show any sort of those.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Medical problems and
wow.
not good record keeping before that. So who knows? Who knows what's going on genetically with me? I feel like I'm probably one of those types of people that should be taking one of those tests, those genetic tests.
Oh yeah, that's interesting. No, you know what? That's true. Like we always think about the fun thing of like, I want to take this test so I could tell everyone I'm black.
Yeah.
You know, but there's other reasons too.
I'm really surprised that you would be even thinking about taking a DNA test. Like, I feel like Anthony, out of everyone, would be like, no, I don't want anyone else to have this.
You don't want them to.
I don't need anyone having my genetic information.
Right.
keep it under wraps.
Yeah.
Keep it ambiguous.
That's how they found the Golden State Killer.
Well, I'm not saying it because I think Anthony's. I'm saying it because I think that he's paranoid that it would be like the government or something.
Yeah.
I have thought a lot about that. So
it's going into some database.
Theory about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you know how right now you guys are recording or at least broadcasting, yourselves, your likenesses, your thoughts. I feel like because of that, you exist more.
Oh, go on, please.
Because like, I just feel like there's people and things get kind of ground up in history, and I guess that's true of all things.
Yeah.
But if there was some kind of simulation that we were all a part of, and it was all based on information, it's almost like the more data points of information you can spread throughout the universe, and the fact that we can encode, right? It's not just our actions, but we can even get like more meta with our encoding, right? Like we can have a world within a world within a world. So I feel like all these people that exist now, downloading all their daily experiences, their consciousness, their ideas, their creativity, it's almost like there's like more reality now than there's ever been because there's like layers of encoding.
Yeah.
So
sure.
I think it's kind of this idea
that's
like it's what matters is like a million of that whole the Mad Max thing of like witness me, like people have to witness you and remember you and know that you exist. This is the only way to prove that you exist is for people to see that you exist. So the more that's out there, the more people that can see that, the more that there's more evidence that you existed. I guess it's the more you exist in a way.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. So that's why I feel like this whole thing that we're doing is really trippy.
No, I think it's interesting that you immediately went to Mad Max.
Yeah.
Because what I was thinking when we were talking about this was Coco, the Disney movie.
Oh yeah.
I heard
it's the same
really
thing.
Good.
Yeah. It is. It's great.
Oh. Okay. Well, I got another reason to watch.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
Like it's about like family remembering and living on in your relatives.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just in the memories, because that's the only way that you can continue to exist after you're gone, right? Somebody needs to remember you.
Yeah, it's
AKA Lost Rules.
Yeah, this is definitely a very Desmond episode of watching Ruth jump around through time and finding her little constants to bring her back to the main timeline.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. She's really
Desmond
for this show.
Piecing it together.
Yeah.
So,
literally.
So
unfortunately, through her time tripping. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh no, that's what you were talking about.
So yeah, I guess unfortunately through her time tripping, Ruth was fearing for her life and shot into a random person, thinking it was the kid who is kind of menacing her in this episode, like where he's coming in, he's doing all the mannerisms of her ex-husband, hanging his coat up and all that stuff, and in her confusion, she ends up shooting and killing Alan Pangborn, who comes in after her after he sees the kid sitting on the stoop outside. And she jumps to the shower, cleans herself up, because now she's tripping in her mind again, and she's back at a point where she hasn't shot him yet. And interestingly enough, I guess she's reliving those memories now.
Yeah, she's at the point where they're reconnecting now after however many years. This is the beginning of their relationship as old people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Interesting, yeah, like when you have like dreams or memories, because the one thing about it is when you experience them, it's a real-time experience, like the way we're watching it, right? But when this is actually happening, right, is probably a much shorter time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Like she's experiencing these flashbacks in real time very quickly, but just like how a dream can seem like hours, but you're just asleep for minutes.
Right.
You know, it's like that's kind of how these episodes like are, yeah. The way she's jumping around.
Right. And it's also like how whenever you have a memory.
She's just standing. She's not just like standing there like spacing out for like 5 minutes
right,
at a time, right?
Yeah.
She's just kind of remembering the highlights and the important parts. Your memories don't go in real time when you remember a conversation you had or a thing that happened in your childhood. You're not remembering your day at the Six Flags or something, and you just remember 6 hours of it for 6 hours.
Yeah. Inception rules. Like if you're going deep, you're going level deep.
All right, so that is this episode. Yeah.
That's how the evil in this show works. Yeah, it's all people like they're just like it seems like just they're like I don't know, something in motion. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah.
Right. It rarely seems like people like, oh, I premeditated this. I've been waiting to do this for years. I got you now, sucker.
Yeah.
It's all this like everybody has
other stuff. Yeah.
Everything is spur of the moment. It feels like.
Right. Mm-hmm. Okay, guys, we're gonna be back in a couple of minutes. Can I reset the stream? We'll be right back for episode 8. Past Perfect.
Workouts together.
She's got her own. She's also doing these Team Beachbody workouts, but she's doing her own thing right now. I only wanted to do Insanity because that is what I tried in the past. I didn't realize that. Not I didn't realize, but like that was a bad idea. I should have started with something like intermediate or even beginner. That was like everybody, like not everybody, but like I post the whole thing.
Hey, everyone, we are live with
episode 8.
Yeah, episode 8, Past Perfect, with comedian and professional runner Anthony Negrelli joining us.
Yeah.
Cool, yeah, so everyone, we're going to start Past Perfect real quick here on Hulu. And you hit play in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Season 1, episode 8, Past Perfect.
Yeah. And everyone, thank you for watching. Thank you for donating on that link down below to the St. Baldrick's Foundation. Help the kids with cancer. It's a good cause. Thank you guys so much.
Did we hit 500 yet?
Not quite yet, I think. Let's see where we're at. Yep, no, still at... Okay, we're at 115 right now. So still got a ways to go, but it's okay. We still got 3 more episodes.
And thank you to everyone that did donate.
Yeah.
Very much appreciate it.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you, the children. Thank you.
And yeah, St. Baldrick's. I'm gonna give a shout out to them too. Donation vouchers towards donating to today's St. Baldrick's. Ooh. Okay, so there we go. So we got a previously on that's kind of going through. We're making our way through the series, and we're on the back half of it, episode 8. And our previously on shows what's been happening so far. Anyone that physically touches the kid then dies.
Yeah. Except Henry Deaver shook his hand at one point when he got out of prison, and he hasn't killed anybody, but bad things keep happening around him.
Yeah. Because at first I just thought if you touch him, you get cancer.
Right. Yeah.
That's what I thought
first
initially.
person.
I thought like,
that's how the Nazi went, right? Like, he's like super concentrated cancer guy.
Right. So I thought like maybe he's like radioactive or something. I wasn't sure. But no, it's something different.
He just walks around with Imagine Dragons playing all the time. Nobody likes that song. Nobody.
No, I think that there's actually a lot of people that like that song.
Okay, who
You
loves
just
that
know
song?
only people with taste. Like the same people love Radioactive the same way that Nickelback is a best-selling group.
The first time I heard that
Yeah.
song, the first time I heard that song, it popped up in the end credits of like a True Blood episode, and I was like, "What the fuck is this noise?" I'm so
No,
sorry.
you
If you're into Imagine Dragons,
Snickers.
do you?
no, you
but
hit
God
upon
damn
it. You hit right upon it. You notice how they used it at like the ending credits?
Yeah.
Remember how everybody who had a video of themselves like doing like first person shooter stuff on YouTube for a while is always let the bodies hit the floor,
Yeah.
right? And it was
Yeah.
like everything was choreographed to that one song. I feel like that Radioactive song was like I'm just picturing guys doing like ski jumps in like
Yeah.
slow motion. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like,
That song
yeah.
totally became a meme, and it just became like it became synonymous with like, remember, you're doing cool stuff. Kind of like how, yeah, no, but yeah, it's crazy.
It's my action video.
Yeah, it's like, do you not see all the action? Can't you tell by all the imagined dragons that's happening right now? All right, so we're back. We're back with Molly Strand. She's sitting down with those two people that she's trying to sell the house to, and they bought it.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
it's something like, something is weird and kooky with these two, because Homeboy came walking up to her in the previous episode with the ashes that he had pulled out of the fridge, in which she tried to hide because
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
it's
look,
a bummer.
mannequins. What's
Yeah.
the mannequin about?
I don't know, but there's only like one hard line I feel like my wife has drawn in our marriage, and that is that I am not allowed to buy and bring home a mannequin.
Whoa, wait.
How does she define mannequin?
This has been a conversation you guys had?
Oh yeah, anytime I see a mannequin that may be for sale, I ask her about it. She's like,
You were now, David. You remember what we spoke about previously?
yeah. This is the one thing.
Are you gonna address it, or is it just gonna like what is the is it like to hold your clothing like
Yeah,
a
I think it
uniform
would be
or
fun.
something
You like put it in
cool?
the bathroom and you can help put the arm out and like hang your towels on it or something.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, put funny hats on there. Yeah, there's a lot of uses for a mannequin.
Yeah.
Mm.
I've told you guys this story before, and I don't know if I've told it on the podcast, but like talking about mannequins, there is a story that I have. There was once I had to go and do this job for work at a person's house, and when I got there, the whole time, like, that person had I kind of got in there. The person had welcomed me in, and I was doing work, but it was like it was this older woman, and then there was a man in a fisherman's cap and a bathrobe just standing outside staring out, and he stood there for a few hours, not moving a single muscle, wearing these shades and a fisherman's cap and a bathrobe, only staring out the window. So at the end of the time I spent working on whatever I had to do there, I told the woman, I said, I say thank you very much for your time, thank you, sir. And then she goes like, I told you don't have to thank him or anything, that's just Edgar. She turns him around, and it's a fucking mannequin, but not like a mannequin. He's like a wax statue figurine.
Whoa.
So it looks like it's got that wax, prints from
Yeah.
Michael Jackson,
Right.
or whatever.
Whoa.
And then so she explains to me, she just goes, oh no, well, you see, I live up here alone, and I'm an older woman. So what I do is I take this mannequin and I put him in different clothes, and I put him in different windows throughout the day to like discourage, robbers and thieves and all that.
Thank you.
Good God, it's crazy.
That's crazy.
Just had some mail delivered.
Nice. Want to do an unboxing?
Yeah, these mannequins kind of about that bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Home Alone. I think Macaulay Culkin, let's talk about the Culkins again. He keeps Michael Jordan stand up in front of his window at night, so people think that there's a 6.5 foot tall man living there
You know what?
with a basketball.
Yeah, Bozo the Clown.
That lady totally bought that. Bought that?
Yeah.
She stole that from Home Alone.
That's how she spends her nights. She's got ropes tied to him, and she's turning them while he dances
She's
in the
listening
window.
to Jingle Bell Rock the whole way through.
Have you guys heard of the Nick Square Company?
Nick Square? No.
That's where this is from, in North Las Vegas.
Nice.
I don't know what it is. I'll leave it for her to open when she gets home.
Oh, nice.
How how do you sit next to a mannequin with an ice pick embedded in its head and just have a normal conversation?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think is going on right now, Chad? From what you were seeing.
They are making the mannequins look like murder victims because apparently they think that it's a draw to stay in a murder hotel.
Yeah. I think it is for certain people.
No wonder that. Yeah. See, it's pretty.
Yeah.
Now we know why
Also,
they
there's
bought
some level of sexual dysfunction.
Oh,
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Interestingly enough, like you would think this would be definitely this would definitely hit. This would definitely be a hit. Like you'd have a scary inn that you rent out to people. Like this would be great with like hipsters, people that come in with like fucking crazy ass colored hair or whatever. This would be the draw. That would be the draw.
Yeah, for
but
true
then
crime
the people that
lovers.
they're renting to is not that.
it. Oh, right.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird that guy looks like Charles Manson. You know, the one that they're guest.
Yeah, it definitely looks like
Yeah.
he would be into this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Definitely.
But they're just looking for a place
Yeah, he
to.
looks like he reads Edgar Allan Poe, like over candlelight with a glass of wine.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. See, they're into it. The fact that they're in the murder house makes it hotter.
Yeah.
I don't think that that's it. I think that they're just like they're cheating on like someone's significant other,
Yeah.
and he's
Both of
upset
them.
because he's like, I wanted you to enjoy my murder house, not just have sex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, you're right. No, you're right.
Yeah.
They're just like, yeah. Can we just get straight to the part where you leave us alone in the Airbnb?
Yeah. We want to bang it
yeah.
out. And so then he's got that whole thing where his wife cheated on him with that guy. No, they don't have sex.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
He's got a whole
So the wife
weird
cheats
thing about
on him
sex.
with his coworker or something. Yeah, he's got some kind of like Chad said, a weird dysfunction going on.
Oh, he's gonna be banging the mannequin.
So, what are we gonna find? Oh man. Okay, so the story with this couple is the husband got fired for beating up that guy who slept with his wife on the job, right? And I guess they're starting a brand new life by opening an inn.
He's like, I just got into it. What can I say?
Yeah. Did you start? What do you
I almost feel like a scene like that, like you stand up and you're like, it's not what it looks like.
Yeah.
It wasn't me.
Like, you know what? I'm employing the Shaggy defense.
There's a perfectly reasonable explanation for everything you've just seen.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what it is, but it exists.
Please
out
step.
there.
I need you to step forward within stabbing distance,
Yeah.
please.
I like whenever I'm in a situation like that, I just like to turn it around on the other person. Like, what did you do?
Yeah. I found it like this.
Or if you're really toxic, you could just make it. You put it on them. Like, why would you let me do this? You know I wasn't supposed to be here.
If you were really toxic.
If you really loved me, you would have stopped this. This is on you.
My husband's a murderer, but what's really awful is how toxic he is.
Like, look, I can deal with the murder. All right, the murder is one thing.
No.
Yeah.
It's the gaslighting. That's the real crime.
Quite another.
The gaslighting just drives me crazy.
Do you guys know where that term originates? Gaslighting.
Yeah, it's from a movie actually about that very thing, where a guy is trying to drive his husband or his wife crazy. So what he does is there's these like gaslights in the house, and he just turns them down a little bit, and she keeps thinking like it's getting darker in here, and he's like, "What are you talking about? Everything's fine."
Wow.
You know what I mean? So and
that's amazing.
Where it originally comes from. Yeah.
It's like the term for there's some fuckery afoot, and like somebody's always trying to like fucking
I tell you that there's nothing wrong.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong. Everything's
crazy.
perfectly fine. You're the one who thinks that things are crazy, and they just keep turning that light down, and then you're sitting in the dark, You'd be like, dark? What are you talking about? It's always like this time of day.
Yeah.
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah.
It's nighttime, of course it's dark.
Yeah, of course.
They're crazy. Like you know that existed prior to that term being like coined. Like there's like two fucking cave people, like a caveman, a cave woman, doing that shit to each other. They're like, are there less twigs in the fire? I'm like, no, there's as much twigs as there's ever been. No, I swear there's way less twigs in the fire. It's not burning as bright. This fucking meat is not cooking all the way through. No, everything is fine with me. I'm enjoying the meat. It's just you're eating raw meat.
Yeah, it's a totally normal amount of twigs in the fire.
There's only 2 people, right? It's like that's how early it is in human history. There's only 2 people, and they're like, "Where'd my stick go?" It's like, I don't know. It's like, dude, you're the only other person
in the world.
What do you mean you don't know? Don't lie to me.
Like, listen, I know I had a stick, and I knew it was right here. You have a lot of explaining to do. That was one of my favorite subjects that Gary Larson used to cover in the Far Side comics. I loved when he did all the caveman stuff. That was great. The animal stuff, the animal stuff was good. The dinosaur and caveman stuff was awesome. Nice.
You're not crazy. I hear those voices too.
Wait, so what's happening now? What are we dropping into with this scene?
So Molly's rescued
she
Henry.
got him out of the chamber where he could hear the universe.
Yeah,
I think.
Oh,
was that thing was about?
Yeah. Oh, yep.
But him hearing the universe was mostly just feeling like he was going crazy, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
That's like a Lovecraftian thing.
Yeah.
When you say hear the universe, right? What do you imagine? Is it the universe's thoughts? What was he like? Like, what do you like? How is that?
I believe the sound that the universe was making was because he had tinnitus.
Yeah, that's all that was.
He got in there and his tendonitis got really bad. He's like, oh my god, the charisma.
Yeah, because it's like he's in like a sensory deprivation chamber, basically, for sound. So all he can hear is this goddamn tinnitus. It's like, I would go crazy too.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
And if you just hear it long enough, you start hearing things in it. Like when you look into just blackness for a while, you start seeing shapes and things and that kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, if you look into absolute black for a while, you see like the face of God or something.
Yeah, so it's the same thing.
That was the best part about, like, I went in one of those sensory deprivation tanks. They have one on the North Shore.
Yeah.
It's just some guy who you can rent time at his sensory deprivation tank.
Right.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's pretty dope. He's got like this little garage that it's in, and then built on the side of the garage, what might be like almost could be like a spare bedroom or something. He's got like a little bed and like a TV and stuff, and there's a little outdoor shower for rinsing off afterwards. Anyway, what was trippy about it is, like, there's just nothing like seeing things, right? Like, so when you're laying in the tank, you can just leave your eyes kind of relaxed but open,
right?
And yeah, that's the craziest part, is it goes dark, but then you start to see stuff. So what is it that you're seeing?
Yeah.
Because it's not light.
Yeah, you're not actually seeing anything. It's just your brain trying to make sense out of nothing. Just whatever random signals happen to be floating around in your brain.
I would imagine if you can't see anything in that kind of environment, wouldn't that also just put you into a state of unconsciousness? Because it's almost like your eyelids are closed, right? You can't see anything.
No, it is. It's the same. It's the same. Yeah.
I would fall asleep.
What? Yeah, people do that. And you know what's funny? It's perfectly safe because you can't. You have. It's like just physics. You have to float. It's like
you're too buoyant, right?
Yeah. You're just. There's like, I don't know, something like a few 100 pounds of Epsom salt in the water. So, yeah, it's pretty like you don't have to try. You just lay in there and you float. In fact, the harder part is just kind of remaining still and then having like the first time I did it, like I had to kind of like you get a lot of phantom signals. Like you want to touch you want to touch your face. You know, you want to like I don't know. It's just there's all kind of weird things. It's like you realize that like I'm much less still than I thought I was.
Right.
But yeah.
How many times have you done this?
Like maybe like 4. Like not a whole ton.
How tight is it in there?
You can just easily touch the sides, but you got like clearance above your head. It's not like coffin tight.
Okay.
You know, like you can full on sit up in there.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? It's not like it's not so tight in there that you can't just sit up. And yeah, there's plenty of space. It didn't make me feel claustrophobic.
That's good.
I see.
Right.
That's the biggest concern.
Yeah. I think what'll trip you out though is when you can really get still. What's interesting about it is the air and the water that you're in is heated to the same temperature as your body. So once you stop feeling the vibrations of the water, the air-water like temperature difference, you're not because you know how normally when you're like laying in water, you can feel the cool air above you and the water below.
Right.
That temperature differential dissipates. You know, so on the plus side, it gives you this feeling of like real weightlessness. But on the downside, it can be a little uncomfortable breathing at first. You really have to relax into it. So you know, like if you've ever been in like a sauna, you know, you don't have that same nice, cool, clear breathing that you would have like if you were outdoors in a breeze or something.
Yeah.
So I would say that's the one thing that's a little bit like, if there was a sense of like claustrophobia, it's probably just related to the fact that you're sort of breathing this warm, humid air for a while. So, but they have really fancy ones that you can go to where it's like, the room has like regular height ceilings, you know, and it's just like, it's almost like a stall you step into, like a shower stall, except the bottom is filled with water and you lay in it. So, yeah, man, it's worth trying. But I can tell you this, like, I know it's kind of a bummer to say, but like, you probably won't get like a full on like the benefits of it your first time. I noticed my first time was a lot of just trying to like, you know, settle into the experience.
Yeah, it's very weird and different, I'm sure.
Yeah, it is. So it's definitely worth multiple trips if you have time.
Yeah.
Whoa. Gotta clean up the evidence. See, this is why I tell people tile floors.
Yeah.
Like, are we getting splurt? Is that happening right? Yeah, we're getting some blood splurt.
Yeah.
Holy shit. And a picture of guess who on the wall.
Yeah, so it turns out...
Yeah, that's another thing. At the beginning of this episode, when they went into the basement, they found all these paintings of the same person.
Right.
It's like, if you moved into a new place and you just found multiple paintings of someone, would you use literally any of them?
Only if I was making a murder house, a B&B.
Yeah. Maybe if I moved into John Voight's house.
Hilarious.
John Voight, famous actor from
And they were all paintings
Runaway
of his
Train.
daughter?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, she is pretty. And this is him in Mission Impossible.
See, that's how you know you got a ride or die right there.
Yeah. He's helping you clean up your double murder.
Like, let me get my apron. Let me get my blood apron. I got this, okay?
They got the matching murder outfits.
No.
Yeah. Oh my god. We're gonna be running like this is part of the routine now. They're gonna get rid of the bodies and then go for a jog.
I do wonder what's going to be the average amount of time between opening a murder hotel themed B&B and then it becoming an actual murder hotel where people get murdered in it.
Ooh, for them it took just the one night.
Yeah, it didn't even get through a whole night.
Yeah. Like, we're open for business. Oh, we're open for business.
I think that's how you know you found your calling. right? Like at first you're like, oh, I'm just gonna dabble in this, but you know, when you're full on, yeah, night one,
Yeah.
there
Yeah.
it is.
Good
Yeah.
lord. Of course, the husband was seen like he was like staring at those paintings, right? And they ended up hanging up the one on the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Like we already know that the kid himself has some kind of means or will about him, and maybe that will is transferred also to the paintings.
Oh, it could be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because yeah.
Yeah.
And,
It's like.
and not to jump too far ahead, it also becomes a season 2 thing. We're talking about imagery.
Mm.
But yeah, so we have Jackie.
Yeah,
Torrance.
Jackie Torrance. She's a true crime buff.
She's
She
a
knows all the
wisecracker.
murders. Yeah.
I mean,
She's
as every woman in her 20s and 30s is
Right.
in the year 2020.
Yeah.
Dude,
Has she figured it out? What's going on?
She
Not really, yeah.
what they're trying to do, but she doesn't.
I think
know what
she's just thinking that it's a themed murder hotel, not an actual murder hotel.
Because like sometimes I feel like this chick is like super smart. She figures things out super quick.
Right.
You know, almost like she has the answers already. But then there's situations like this where I'm just like, nothing's setting off that radar first.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right?
Well, what just happened to her probably set it off.
Yeah, that's probably.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So there she goes. There's the look.
There she goes. She's like, ow.
Yeah.
If you guys hadn't tried to shove her out of the house,
right?
You were doing okay.
Yeah. So before that, I think it would have been tough to figure out find the creepy signal in all the creepy noise, and that like it's a creepy themed house where people are doing creepy stuff. That's the idea.
Yeah.
So how am I going to tell you what you're?
In somebody's head.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to read your creepy vibes. But then when they're pushing her out, then it's like, oh, this is now I see. Nice.
You think you could smell chopped up dead bodies?
If it's that
not
fresh,
chopped up
yeah,
dead
that's
bodies.
fresh. I don't know.
Wintertime, maybe it's dulling her senses a little bit.
Yeah.
There would be some like gross.
Especially looking at fall or wintertime.
Human blood, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, on one hand, like, yes, you should definitely pick up that bloody bracelet. On the other hand, I don't know if you should test if it's blood by licking it.
Seriously, she was like, even if that was like corn syrup or whatever shit they're using for their haunted, hotel, like, were you gonna
sitting on the ground?
Yeah, sweetheart.
I think you gotta like sommelier it. You know what I mean? I think you can. I think you can swish. I think you can smell. I think you can. Yeah, you could even spit, right? But you can't swallow. I think that's the key. You know?
Yeah, it's definitely like you wipe a bit of the blood, dab it on your tongue, and then immediately start rubbing your tongue on a napkin.
Yeah. A gentleman never swallows.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Or always does.
It's the courteous thing to do.
If you're a gentleman, please comment below whether or not you swallow blood.
Oh, hello.
Below.
Oh, hey, everybody wants to see your cat, AJ. Wants to say hello to AJ's cat.
Hey, there she is. This is Lily.
Hey, Lily.
Oh,
yeah, Lily.
And she's gone.
There she goes.
She's back.
Yeah.
She wants to hang out.
Yeah.
You really can't tell them what to do. It's just they're free creatures, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The camera is this way, sweetheart. What are we doing?
Is there something that Lily responds to? Like, can you say something like, do they know, like, get off, or no, or come here?
Not really. This cat does not. None of the cats I have. They listen to nothing I say.
I mean, they might recognize what you're saying.
Yeah.
They're not listening to acknowledge you.
Yeah, they're like, this is for later. Like, look at her. She's got her back torn. How disrespectful.
The camera.
You're a disrespectful cat. Okay.
You're disrespectful.
Okay, though. I will enable your disrespectfulness for now. No, and she's gone.
And then she becomes censored.
As cats tend to do. Like, well, she is one of those Japanese porn cats.
So. Yeah. That cat is too hot for TV.
Oh, Lord.
And that is why we have AJ blur his background, is because he's got paintings of Japanese buttholes just all over his house.
It's everywhere, you guys. Like, this jumpsuit is not just for show. I engage in so much murder.
Yeah.
I feel like they would really take that to a new art level, you know, the Japanese, if it was like the Japanese buttholes.
Yeah.
I feel like it'd be tasteful then.
Oh, yeah.
You know
like a woodcut with like the big wave.
Yeah.
It would be waxed, but it wouldn't be fully waxed. A little bit it would be left like bonsai tree style. You know, just like round out the air of it.
Each one has its own personality. He knows these men.
Yeah.
They trust him.
She's asking him to go find Alan Pangborn to help them, but she's already shot and killed Alan.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She knows she's in trouble with the police, but she's like, "Oh yeah, get Alan to help us with this police problem." But that's a whoops.
Huh.
I forgot. Crazy.
Yeah.
And we had this conversation with the cop
because that's how they were protecting him.
Yeah. Does this feel like very Scary Movie 2-ish to you guys too? Where the hat keeps on getting bigger, and that's just one of the.
I do really like the hat cover though.
Yeah.
I didn't know those things.
Fitted hat cover.
I hate it.
Yeah.
Why? Just an umbrella. I mean, you can't deign to use one of your hands.
Or let your hat get wet.
Yeah.
Make
it out of a material that's not going to get all fucked up from the rain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a regular hat.
What hats are for?
Yeah.
Right. That's what I'm saying. This is weak sauce.
It's literally a hat on a hat. You know? Jesus Christ.
But she is talking to him about how
literal way.
Henry Deaver, like dead guys and death and destruction, follow him around. Kind of like the same way that everyone keeps saying about the kid. It's that weird parallel between them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Like
I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know how we can take any of that dialogue seriously. She had a plastic condom on her head.
That should have been how it started. Hey Warren, what's with the hat?
Yeah, if I was like Henry, I'd be like, you're not gonna be talking to me about death and destruction following me around. You're wearing a hat condom on your hat, which is on your head. Those are a lot of things happening for you right now.
Does bus riding take place a lot in Stephen King stories? I feel like that's not a thing. You're not going to see people riding a bus very often anymore like this. Like long-distance bus rides.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
It does pop up from time to time. A lot of Stephen King's characters get on and off buses. There's Danny Torrance, the adult son in Dr. Sleep. He ends up just jumping on a bus, but basically as an alcoholic in the story, he just travels from town to town and travels across America and gets these little odd jobs, but he does it by bus, and eventually ends up settling in one town where he gets cleaned up and stops drinking. But there's also
that's cool.
Yeah, there's that happens. There's also a priest from one of Stephen King's earliest books, the vampire one, Salem's Lot. So there's a priest in that book where he ends up leaving the priestly order, and he gets on a bus and becomes a drunken alcoholic too. So there's a lot of alcoholism and bus riding in Stephen King's work.
Yeah, I bet that's probably a functional reason for it. I was just saying, like, functionally in the story, like this way your hero can't leave town because he's got to wait for the bus next week or whatever, when like the crazy stuff's happening. You have to stay and deal with the werewolf or the vampires or whatever.
You guys ever hear of Megabus?
No.
Is that like Bang
the-
Bus?
Is
But
that the one that's supposed to go from LA to Vegas?
That is one of the routes they travel, but basically Megabus, you'll see them because on the side of their bus they'll put like tickets for only $1, and you're like, what? I can travel around the country for $1, but it's kind of a scam.
right.
But essentially what it is, it's like if you've ever wanted to travel around America, like everywhere across America, but go at the same speed that our local city bus travels, that's what Megabus is, right? Like the way they make
Megabus. I
money
thought you were
is-
saying Megabus.
Yeah, Megabus.
Okay.
No, Megabus is what tried to run Joe Biden's bus off the road in Texas.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Never heard of that.
Get him.
Holy shit.
Get him.
Not the reaction I was expecting.
This is what I want out of my politics. Just have them battle. Just
Like,
why are we doing all this talking?
Yeah, it should just be like two guys, like one shield, one sword, and then
Yeah.
just a ring. Just
Yeah.
ring
He's
that
got
pops
a
up,
net and a
like, you know.
trident. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or give them the what was the weapons that they used in Ponfar?
Oh.
I
Those,
don't know.
Like it's like a double-bladed stick or something.
Yeah. That's another one I only know from the cable guy, not from actually watching that episode of Star Trek.
That's hilarious.
Normally I would that like people find that episode like now they watch that and they're like, this is really problematic.
It's like, of course it's problematic. It was made in the 60s.
Yeah.
It's like,
Hilarious.
believe me, for its time, most of this shit was progressive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Like,
That's
there
what
was
I need. It's just like give him some credit.
There was the Uhura sketch. Did you guys know that the actress who played Uhura almost quit the show, but was convinced to stay by guess who?
Oh, Martin Luther King
Martin
Jr.
Luther King Jr.
Yeah.
Yeah, you knew it.
They
You
did
know
it
the
on
story.
Drunk History.
Crazy.
That's all I remember.
Really? Oh, I didn't know that.
Nice. That's a great
Now I
show.
want
Yeah.
to see that.
I really wished that I had watched that show more
No.
Oh,
when
it's
it was
so
on
fun.
TV, because like I watched like a few episodes, but then like they moved the time or
Right.
I started doing stuff on that night, and I was just like, oh, no one's talking about it. I guess it's canceled. But no, it ran
kept
for
going.
like another 4 years after I stopped caring.
Yeah, I think they just canceled it, like in the last year or something.
Yeah.
Let's see. Some of those are so much damn fun. They
Yeah.
had a Typhoid Mary story, which is the only reason why I understood the reference when they said Typhoid Trump, because I knew that was the thing, but until I saw the episode, I was like, oh, Typhoid Mary, okay.
Yeah.
I think she was like passing out some kind of, I forget whatever the disease was.
Right. Typhoid.
Typhoid.
That would stand to make a lot of sense.
Holy damn.
Yeah. No, I get.
Wait, whose house is he in right now?
It's in
I
that
think
murder
he's in
hotel.
the-
Murder
Murder
Hotel.
Hotel.
Yeah.
It's trying to find
Also,
clues
like-
from Locke.
Yeah. Oh man, somebody gave him like the coolest, like the director of this is all like, we're not gonna have a regular ass phone light. This phone light is gonna be dope.
Yeah.
It's gonna look good. It's gonna light up the entire casing of the fucking phone.
There's got to be a special one because I don't know if a regular phone would show up well on camera. It's probably mostly just a light in a phone case.
Ah.
I bet, or it's just amped up light. I don't know.
Interesting. Yeah. So, what is he looking for in? Oh yeah, this is Warden Lacey's old house.
Yeah.
So what is he looking for of Lacey's?
I think some kind of clues related to the kid. I'm not sure. What?
Oh. He's like, just me poking around your house at night.
Yeah.
Friendly attorney. You know, if they spotted him, or if they're just like, what are you doing here? He could just be like, I'm an attorney.
Yeah.
Well, he is in the murder hotel.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
Woo!
Wow.
Imagine being the guy that they hired to make all these.
Yeah. Like
I think they're just from Bill Skarsgård's personal collection, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But what if that's the reason why they hired him? They're just like, we need a kind of creepy looking dude who's done at least 30 self-portraits of himself.
Yeah. Like, can you show up and Bill, could you bring all the portraits? He's like, I can only bring 100.
They have services like this now where you can mail in pictures to artists and they paint them in their whatever their style is. So this is all just one big advertisement, guys. That's all this is. This is just marketing buried in the show. They're like, oh, look at that. I'm going to call up those portrait guys.
Yeah, that reminds me.
Nice job they did with Castle Rock.
Yeah. So I think I'm going to do that for my dad.
I've seen one where you could... Okay. I've seen one where you could get it like an old royal portrait.
Right.
Where they'll put you in like some like fantasy military uniform.
Right.
With all like the epaulets and the strings
medals
and ribbons.
Yeah, that's what we're going to do for my dad for his dog that he got. It's all his son's moved out. That's his son now is his dog.
You're going to get the painting of the dog?
Yeah, the dog. The dog as an admiral or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
We need to do that soon because we're going to get there by Christmas, I'm sure.
So he basically found that Warden Lacey was painting portraits of the kid since 1991.
Yeah.
And those are all pictures over the course of years of him painting him while visiting him.
Yeah. 1991 was the year it all went down, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because this was in 2018, so 27 years ago.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, and that was the year
so the kid's been...
Berlin Wall went down, right? Or was that when the Soviet Union collapsed? Never yet.
91?
91?
Yeah. Maybe it was 89 was the wall, and then the USSR separated in 91? I don't remember. I was so young.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
This is Henry Deaver. I'm away from my phone. Please.
Final year of the Cold War. USSR fell.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Oh.
India abandoned socialism and autarky.
Oh.
Yeah. It coincided with
UN authorized coalition from 34 nations plot against Iraq.
Oh yeah, that's right. In Desert Storm.
Oh, here we go.
Serbia and Yugoslav republics began the Yugoslav wars.
Eesh.
Awkward.
So I knocked.
See, I would just start hitting on him.
Look, he went straight to what I said. I'm a lawyer.
Yeah.
That'll disarm him. Just be like, I thought you'd be here alone. It's like, uh-oh. Oh, you could see his breath. You could see his breath.
It's a very tense
he had
scene.
that bloodlust.
Yeah. He's got the taste for it now. It's like a shark.
Yeah. He's all like, oh my god.
Yeah. When someone looks like that.
Oh no!
Oh! 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 Oh!
Yeah, she was.
You guys, ride or die. Ride or die. He is going to be.
Still while my wife stabs you.
Be chill. Oh no! Why? She got nicked.
Oh, she stabbed herself in the neck. Oh, I didn't even think that was possible.
Oh.
Well, that's why Wu-Tang told us.
Yeah.
Gotta protect your neck.
Protect your neck, guys.
Oh my god. Oh, no.
My god. That's what they meant. That's what they meant.
This guy is unhinged now. Like, he doesn't even have a partner in crime anymore.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. How many locks?
How good do you think modern medicine is?
That's Lockoine.
You think he could save his wife if he kind of didn't get distracted by the need to murder this guy? You think he could save her life?
Oh, no!
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, because I feel like doctors are pretty good now.
Yeah.
You know, if you slow the bleeding, get her to a hospital, she probably make it.
Yeah, I think the issue is because it's
Yeah,
right in the
it
neck.
was-
If it did cut her jugular, that's a hard place to stop bleeding.
Yeah.
You can't apply
You
too
would
much
have to get her
pressure.
to a hospital so quickly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
There she is,
Yeah.
Jackie Torrance.
Key Torrance, the
Can't,
axe to the back of the head. That seems very
can't fool
Yeah.
her.
much like
So
a
she's definitely,
Shining Scatman
she's
Feathers thing.
definitely, yeah, she's got some budget Britta vibes
Yeah,
going
she
on.
does. Does she look like that in the other
what's
stuff
those
that
other
she's in?
actors? I don't know. Jane Levy.
Jane
She's got to
Levy.
be in a bunch of stuff.
I don't know if it's just like her haircut in
I
this
think
one.
she might have.
Yeah.
Dude, can you imagine how much fun it is to drive on 4 Percocets? Oh man, she must be having the time of her life. She's got her sunglasses on and everything. She must be
Yeah.
tripping out.
I swear to God, she's Corey Wolfharding it so bad. And Chosen Jacobs is back. I don't even know what the name of his character in the show is. I forgot.
Wendell. It was really weird that people got
Wendell.
on the bus before he got off. That seems inconsiderate.
Yeah, it seems strange.
Yeah. But I think it's for dramatic effect.
So they were in Castle Rock. He jumps off the bus here, and the bus is the bus drops him off in Salem's Lot, Jerusalem's Lot, which is the where the book Salem's Lot takes place, which is about one old deadly vampire.
That's another one I've never seen. Salem's Lot. I need to put that on my list.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in a long time. I forget everything. My parents were very of their generation. They're just like, well, you guys can watch whatever you want, right? And I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right. So I remember at like 10 watching all kinds of craziness, including Salem's Lot.
Do you consider the movie version of The Shining a part of the Stephen King universe, or is that something different?
Honestly, like I know that it's pretty popularized that Stephen King hated the Kubrick version of the movie, but I feel like the Kubrick version has notes, or like it has certain notes that pop up in the Shining story, but it also kind of does its own thing. And Kubrick adds in a bunch of other stuff, all of which is kind of in that documentary Room 23.
Something like that, yeah.
Because I'll be honest, this is like these kind of like horror stories. This is like more Shay stuff. Like this is not my favorite genre of type of things. But I've watched The Shining probably like a dozen times.
Right.
I've seen that movie a lot, and it's really good.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Because normally I can't think of like horror movies I've rewatched a lot, you know? I mean, some people are like that because they're fans of the genre, like, oh, I've seen every Freddy Krueger movie, or I love the Halloween series, or whatever. But yeah, for some reason I can keep watching The Shining. It's
so well made.
It's great.
Right?
Yeah, it's really great.
There's so much
I
dread
do not consider myself a horror movie guy either.
Right.
For me, the one I've watched the most is probably Event Horizon.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
That one's hard to watch, man.
That movie is good, though.
Yeah, it's because I'm a sci-fi guy.
Yeah.
And it just so happens to also be horror.
No, I love that. Like, space horror is so, like, almost impossible to come by. Like, I mean, I know it's a whole subgenre, but it's the Event Horizon, like, everybody still talks about it now. Like, Lawrence Fishburne, fucking Sam Neill.
Yeah.
Dude, when he came back with no eyes,
right,
you knew this movie was next level.
Freaked me out too much.
Like, oh boy, here we go.
I need to revisit it because I remember I saw it when it came out, like on video when they released it on video, and watched it at the sleepover. It was too much for me. Yeah. I need to go back and watch it.
Wow.
Wow.
Holy damn. Yeah, I remember bringing over a movie to a friend's house for a sleepover called Dr. Giggles, and it was a horror, and it was Have you seen it? It's the psychopathic murderer that laughs while he's murdering you, but he's also a doctor. There's scene in it where he does surgery on himself, and he's like kind of giggling the whole way through. But I remember bringing that over to a friend's house, and I was like, VHS cassette tape stays, and then
Right.
his mom was like, "Oh no, you kids are not watching this. Like, you're a bad influence for my son." I'm like,
You're a bad influence for my son.
That's probably true. I was like, I was gonna show him the fucking the Phantasm next week.
Phantasm movies are crazy.
It's like, Phantasm movies are crazy for real. Like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like those little floating orbs of like stabbiness, and that old creepy dude that's been in the majority of the Phantasm movies. I don't know if he was
Phantasm. That's not
in all of them.
Cronenberg, is there? Cronenberg,
No,
is it,
it's
right?
Coscarelli. Don Coscarelli.
Oh, okay.
Damn.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's
The guy's got a 4-barreled shotgun. He's blowing little balls away with.
Oh no, it's not that. It's Scanners. That's the one.
Yeah.
That's Cronenberg.
Right.
Yeah, I just watched that a little while ago. Like the part where the dude's head explodes, that's like 15 minutes into the movie, and then there's still like another hour and a half of stuff happening that you don't really care about.
Yeah. That's so crazy.
Like we saw the important part. Yeah.
That's Dude, there's an awesome like Jim Carrey sketch back in the day where he's selling this weight loss program where you put on a heat suit of vibrating beads and you take a bunch of PCP. And it's like he's like, you gotta ride the snake. And I'm like, this is
so familiar.
Yeah, this is intense sketch. And at one part, like another guy comes down and he's like, I challenge your supremacy. And he's like, scan me. And they start going back and forth like, and I'm just like, I think it was an old In Living Color sketch.
That sounds like it.
Damn.
Yeah.
That sounds very familiar.
It's either In Living Color or a Saturday Night Live sketch he was on. But yeah, one of those. You know how they have the midnight sketch is always the crazy one.
Yeah.
It's always the
those
last
weird
sketch.
ones at the end. Yeah.
The most wacky.
Okay, so that is episode 8, Past Perfect.
That was episode.
Perfect.
We got 2 left.
2 left.
Woo!
Stick with us.
Yeah. Thanks for watching.
And you will go far.
Yes.
Want to know what happens?
We all want to see what happens and see it together. So we'll be right back in a couple minutes for episode 9, whatever that's called. I forgot already. We'll be there soon. Yeah.
I'm still wondering kind of what's up with this weird people too. I mean, I know we know they're murderers and all that, but like they're from like another state, right? They're not from Maine.
Yeah. Which is so bizarre. Like.
Yeah. So there's more. There's more to this couple. We're gonna find out more. They're more connected with this than just hobby. They're not just hobbyists, you know.
Right.
There's something.
Yeah, like they just popped up from out of town. As soon as you get into town, you buy an inn and you murder 2 people and try and run for a third.
Yeah.
But to be fair, those people were not having like a good run of luck. Well, after the fact, because they got Henry Deaver there, who was there for other reasons, and he just saw like, oh, well, if you've murdered, I guess I'll come back some other time.
Yeah.
But let's get.
The husband was like trying to. Oh, go ahead, please.
Oh no, keep going. I have to reset something real quick. But yeah, this is episode 9 now. Henry Deaver. So far, all day watch along of Castle Rock, raising money for the St. Baldrick's Foundation. So thank you all for watching.
The penultimate.
Yes. Almost there.
Which sounds cool. I love that.
Yeah. Yeah, so you guys ready to start the episode? Here you go. Everyone hit play in 3, 2, 1. What? Do we start? Go now. No, I didn't start it.
Go. Oh, okay.
All right.
We want to start over the countdown?
Yeah. Do we need to start over the countdown, everybody?
Okay.
Or are we all good? Okay, hold on. Everybody restart.
Oh, yeah.
I rewound it back to the beginning because you said yours didn't start.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Me too.
So everybody, viewers, I hope you restarted. We're all gonna hit play in 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, pop
All
it.
right.
Bang.
All right, there we go.
All right.
Hulu presents.
What brings you home?
Ooh.
Yeah, it's a crazy episode.
Yeah, you know what's interesting? Yeah, they didn't like. Why did he come home initially?
The adult version. You're talking about the adult Henry Deaver?
Yeah.
He came home because he got a call from Zawinski, the security guard.
Oh, that's right, the guard.
Yeah, Ray
That was
the
before he even got that. That was before he got back. I thought that happened
Yeah.
after he got back. Oh no, it must have been before.
Yeah, that was the whole reason he came
Yeah,
back home.
it's kind of his inciting incident.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. They said his name.
Yeah, because he was just wrapping up that other case with that woman who was on death row.
Yeah, that one was that was crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
That was another interesting thing too about that death, right? Is like the idea that like that they show the scene, he's trying to save this lady, and she dies, or she gets put to, they do the thing, but it doesn't work. It was like a botched thing.
Right.
All right.
He tries to stop it.
Yeah, that was an interesting. Yeah.
Whoa, is that fire raging on, or is that something else? Yeah, it's
gotta be a separate
It's a
fire.
train, I think.
Oh, it's a train. Okay.
Ah.
No, it's not a train. I thought it said something about a train, so that's what made me think it was a train.
Sodom and Gomorrah. Oh shit! Oh, it's a plane crash.
Well, helicopter crash.
Helicopter.
Crash.
Yeah.
And then there's a
What
train
caused
whistle.
it?
It's the
Could be the same thing that was happening with.
Oh,
Oh
shit.
shit!
Wow.
See, I was thinking that the helicopter crash was something like the same thing that was happening with the birds.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Some sort of electromagnetic
Say it was.
underground interference pulling aircraft from the sky.
You say it was this place. Yeah. So this is Matthew Deaver, I guess, doing one of his sermons.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa.
I got this lady we've never seen before. And a baby.
Mm-hmm.
Also, viewers, if you can guess which bus it is outside of AJ's house right now, say it in the comments. Win a prize.
Let's get that. Come on, folks. Let's
Yeah.
get those guesses out. We've got all kinds of numbers heading down in different kinds of routes.
Yep.
There's a number 3 bus, a number 9, there's a 7, there's a 14.
Yeah.
A lot of options, but if you're paying attention, you'll know by the sound of the hydraulics, pneumatics.
That's right. It's one of those ones that, yeah. It's kind of neat, right? They had the like, okay, we got this ramp that pops out, it lowers down, it lifts you up, and then they have the feature where it's just like, nah, I'm just gonna lean into you, right? That's what the bus does, right? It's just like, oh, I'm just gonna lean a little bit closer.
It's like, hey, look, you need somebody to lean towards you a little bit.
Yeah.
And I would like you to lean on me. I am
When
the bus.
you're not strong, I'll be your
I'll
friend.
be your bus.
Yeah.
Okay, so now he's building it. Is he building the cage? Right? He's building the cage, and he's not building that sound thing.
Yeah.
But they
Like,
they do that thing, yeah, a bunch where they like somebody like lays down a towel or something, and then they put a bunch of stuff
Tools
on
on
it. You know what I mean? Or like these are the implements I use for the ritual, or these are the it's like
It's about keeping your tools safe, secure, and where you can find them.
Yeah.
so interesting.
Because the thing is, like, whether it's like a ceremonial knife that you use to cut the heart out of somebody, or if it's just like some screwdrivers and wrenches, it's like stuff can get dinged up if you just put it down on the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have some respect for the tools.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. He's looking all normal.
Yeah. Doing a normal life. Just a jogger in the big city.
Boston.
They had him in that gray sweater, which is a throwback to him leaving the prison.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there he goes.
Sweatshirt. Fancy suit.
Yeah,
a plate of donuts.
3 donuts. Break a brain today, honey.
Yeah.
No, he's got love in his life.
Car, a nice fancy Ford.
Indeed. That didn't look like an old car either.
Yeah. It's a new car. It's weird, so you don't see any like new cars in Castle Rock. It's all old 70s cars.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But yeah, all of the cars that are driving around right now look kind of modern.
Yeah.
Or at least not from 1991.
Right.
I know, right?
So when is this happening?
Yeah. In the future, he's got a...
Kitty.
Yeah, and Puck, of course, was the name of Ruth's dog that her preacher husband poisoned.
Oh, hey, good memory, man.
Yeah.
That's good.
Apathy, confusion, spatial disorientation.
Yeah.
Wait, cat Alzheimer's is a thing?
Yeah, I guess that's what he's saying.
I guess.
It's kind of hard to tell, isn't it? So that you can't tell if they're just being lazy or if they really don't know what's going on.
How do you know if a puck has like Alzheimer's?
Yeah.
And if they did have Alzheimer's, who gives a fuck? What is their day like? They have to remember their history. Like, isn't that the whole point of being a cat? Like, you don't have to suffer through the dystopian, triggers that is consciousness.
Yep. No regret about the past. No anxiety about the future.
Yeah, they're not trying to they're not afraid that they're gonna die. They have no concept of death.
Right.
Yeah, cats live like that one song from Rent. No day but today.
Yeah.
they live like an 80-year-old orgy member. Just, seize the day.
Totally.
You know what? That song from Rent is really appropriate, or one of the songs from Rent is really appropriate. Like, how do you measure a year? Is it 1 year? Is it 7 years? I don't know how it works for cats.
Is it 1992 or 2002? I can tell by the cars.
Yeah. Why do we do that with cats? Why don't we just say that, like, why do we have to say 7 years? Why do we have such a hard time saying that, like, all right, when they're 6 months or they're like 8 months old, they're a teenager. Like, why does that bother us so much?
It's a good ass question.
We want a easy equation.
Yeah.
So that we can just apply it at any time,
Mm-hmm.
rather than just say, oh, they have a very short childhood, and a kind of extended adulthood.
Yeah, they got to grow up fast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is a luxury that our babies have. Yeah, is they can be useless for like a super long time.
Especially nowadays.
Yeah.
100 years ago, you couldn't be useless as long as I've been useless.
Yeah, you can be useless well into your 30s now. It's fine.
I feel like I probably wasn't a productive member of society until maybe 3 years ago.
Takes a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I feel like useful is also changed, because it used to be some pretty low-hanging fruit to be useful.
Right.
It's like, oh, good job, Gary. Did you gather all those fruits yourself?
Yeah.
Thanks, Gary. More than you're going to eat. You're a productive member of society. Right? But now it's like, did you do that calculus, Gary? Did you figure out the cure to COVID?
Right.
It's like all that's left is the hard stuff, man.
Yeah.
If you want to be productive, you have to be good at something complicated.
Right.
I don't think so. I think you just need to find someone who makes way more money than you that says, I think you're productive enough to get this much.
Yeah.
And then they pay you half of whatever you're worth.
That's no good.
Well, that's the American dream.
I thought, like, one thing I thought that seemed very American dream to me
Mhm.
is the lottery. You know, the idea that it's like everybody donates $1 and one
Yeah.
person walks away with everything.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, and we pretend
If
it's for
that's the way that
education.
it worked, then I think that would be great.
Yeah.
That's not exactly how it works.
Yeah.
Right.
What's the general? How does it go? Like, what is the thing when it comes to lottery or the lottery?
It starts with a certain amount of money being produced by whatever company is doing the lottery, and then a portion of every dollar that's like put into the lottery or every ticket bought goes towards some sort of fund or something, and then another portion of it ends up going towards beefing up the lottery amount. Yeah, I think whatever company also like they match like how for every like $10 or whatever 10 tickets sold, they're adding in like $5 or whatever. I don't know exactly what the math is there, but
Right.
I see.
like I would be totally fine if it was just like people put money in and then one person gets all the money. And everyone's just like, okay, well, hopefully next time when I put money in, it'll be my turn.
Yeah.
If we just keep on all putting money in and keep on all like going into the system, it's gonna work. It's gonna work, you guys.
We just have, but here's the key. You put it in, and when your time comes up, right, you win all the money. But you have to keep playing till everybody wins.
Or like the rest of your life or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just like for the rest of your life, you are now required to buy 2 lottery tickets every week.
Right.
And then maybe
you're just,
break it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, like break
And
it
it's
down
like,
to,
is that bad? You won millions of dollars.
Yeah.
yeah. I think they should keep the $1 million lottery and these mega jackpots, but I also think they should try and make like one where it's the district of this area, and your area puts in like, you know, there's like maybe $10,000 or something.
Right.
Yeah, like I would love to have like the Makiki lottery.
Yeah.
It's like what's the grand prize? $5,000.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it
And I have to
helps.
check in with
Yeah.
like $2. Like, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and like because you're being taken out of a smaller pool, like there's more of a chance of you winning. You know, it's not on par with like you getting struck by lightning.
No.
Yeah, I'm not trying to hope that I win over, say, someone from Delaware.
Mm.
Oh, we gotta make it like penny slots so that way you can.
Yeah.
Oh, look. Oh, see?
Yeah.
Look at this sucking guy.
So, what do I think's going on so far?
Oh,
I
I think
have
that they're
no
in a
idea.
sideways reality
Boom.
Yeah.
It's like Lost.
because obviously this is taking place in modern times,
Right.
but everything is different. This is
Right.
what his life would have been if he hadn't ended up in the trunk of the car.
Ah.
Like, if Alan had let him out of the trunk,
Right.
maybe this would be his life.
Yeah.
Or this is what he fantasizes his life as being.
Right. Yeah, because they went back to. So he had Pangborn called him. I was like, "Oh, it's your dad." Now he goes to that house where it looks like his dad was the preacher.
Ah.
Yeah. It's crazy.
In that house.
Hey, look, another
disarray.
You're right. It's like that's a total Lost move right there.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
maybe the reason why the episode is called Henry Deaver
Right.
is, he gets Henry's life.
Yeah.
If he was let out of the car.
That's the name he's
He
going by
gets
here is Henry
adopted.
Deaver. He's going by the name Henry
Oh,
Deaver here.
wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. I see where you're going with that. So what happened to our original Henry Deaver? Good twin, bad twin.
Yeah.
Maybe? No.
Maybe.
Is he in a pit for 27 years?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
If they didn't adopt him, then what would have happened? Maybe he got taken by the government, turned into a assassin. For real.
Interesting.
Yeah. The Nikita kind of thing. That'd be a cool turn for the show to do with 90 minutes left.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Turns out this is Alias, which I think was John Locke an Alias. Terry O'Quinn, was he an Alias? He was, right?
I don't know. I think he might have been. I think that's how they got him for the role of John Locke.
Yeah, I think he was Jennifer
Locke,
Garner's
yeah.
dad in that. I think. I'm just guessing because I never saw it. I think I read that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Oh, was John Locke on Alias?
Right.
I thought you asked, was John Locke an Alias? And I was like, what?
Yeah.
I'm
It's not a
pretty
real
sure
name. I mean,
that we know that's his real name on Lost.
Hey, this was made by J.J. Abrams. Did pitch in,
Yeah.
right,
Mhm.
on this one.
Hey, who knows? Maybe this is part of the extended Lostiverse.
Yeah.
Gets deep.
Yeah.
You know what? This is like when Marvel and DC try to do stuff. You know what I mean? It's like, yo, let's take all the Stephen King stuff, man, and jam it in with all the Lost stuff, man. Oh, dude, yeah.
Well,
You know
I mean,
that's
this
what
show
it
is
was.
already like literally all the Stephen King stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
That's
yeah.
enough
they
Lost
just
stuff.
came
We've
with
got a
all
Flash Sideways. We've got a
Yeah.
Desmond stuff. Yeah.
T.O. Quinn.
Oh man, imagine if they shoved the Star Trek Kelvin timeline in here too.
Yes.
Or what if this is the Kelvin timeline of Castle Rock?
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Maybe that's what all the Flash Sideways stuff, all these alternate universes and stuff. It's just the Kelvin timeline, and any of
I
these
like
shows.
Mm-hmm. It's just, well, what if we tried making it 20 years later
Yeah.
and had way more money? Like, this is what I really wanted Dead Zone to be, which did actually get remade 20 years later with more money.
Wow.
Yeah. That did. Yeah. I'm always nervous. Hey, AJ, can I touch electrical stuff with a screwdriver?
Yeah.
Oh,
Jam that
I
screwdriver into
wouldn't-
the box.
I wouldn't advise it there, buddy. No, it's so, yeah. Like, if it's insulated, if it's like you're holding a plastic insulated handle, even then, though, it's still going to pop the metal portion.
Oh shit,
Yeah.
Henry Deaver's in the cage.
Ah,
Oh, shit.
Chad, you're so Chad's,
Knew it. Knew it.
Chad is so smart. He caught the whole
His
devil
dad.
thing. He caught the Henry Deaver switcheroo in the cage.
Did he just forget about this? Because this happened within the span of, 72 hours? And this guy's a cop, like how he wanted to be, not a prison guard. He's still alive.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see.
Now the key is to figure out who in this Flash Sideways is Henry Deaver's illegitimate. Oh no, wait, we see his bastard son on the regular timeline. This is a real reverse of the Lost Flash
Wendell.
Sideways. Yeah,
Yeah, interesting.
Mm.
we probably don't see Wendell at all in this one.
Yeah, couldn't have Wendell because he was locked in a basement.
That's right. He's a little boy locked in a basement. He couldn't have had a son yet.
This is crazy. So, oh my god. Did your dad ever touch you? Let's see. Kids are turning around.
Man, this is a trip.
Yeah, this is a really interesting episode like this one.
But why? But that's the thing. I wonder why they're showing this to us.
Right.
Because it's obviously not just like, oh, what if we did this? this,
Yeah.
right?
Because
There's obviously some connection between this and the rest of the seasons, aside from just being a cool sideways flash or whatever. You know?
Because the thing is that we didn't talk about a lot in the Queen episode, where it was just all about Ruth and her flashing back and forth through time. Is there are a few times when the kid is talking and he's just using lines that are straight out things that were said by other people in her life, usually like Henry or something. Like they're playing their bathroom game, and he's like, "I'm smaller than a teacup" or whatever. So he quotes that, quotes some other things.
So maybe that is, it's like a glimpse of the other. Wow.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Yeah.
So, but you're right though. Like this whole thing, it's playing the hits of what we've seen already on Lost. Now that I think about it, a lot of this stuff kind of is reminiscent of Lost, which makes me think, because this is a Bad Robot production, Bad Robot has like a weird Lostonian Bible that they try to apply to certain shows, or maybe like a template setup or something.
Well, they just mentioned a drunk helicopter pilot, which is, I don't know how else you describe Frank Lapidus.
Whoa.
Other than handsome and manly chest hair, piercing blue eyes.
In a uniform that never gets buttoned up all the
way.
Yeah.
That's really what we're missing from the show, is the men with their shirts unbuttoned to their belly buttons.
Everyone is far more buttoned up in Maine than they are on a tropical island that does not exist on maps.
I was kind of hoping that, there was like a time period where I think like being a pilot was like a super cool job. You fly airplanes, man, and hang out with hot stewardesses, you know?
I think that was like the beginning of aviation until like the late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah.
You know?
After airplane came out,
into the late
ruined
80s.
It.
Pan Am.
Once they made it where regular people could afford to fly, that's when it started to become less cool.
Yeah.
The more plebes in the air, the less cool being in the aviation industry became.
Right.
Yeah, that's why space travel is the new air travel. If you want to have a cool, glamorous job, you need to get hired by SpaceX.
Boom! Coming back around again.
You guys ever use tape recorders as little tiny tapes like that?
I have.
I've seen them, but I don't remember owning it as a kid or back in that time.
I found one in my dad's office and played with it.
I've used them in my office before.
Yeah.
I
you say note to self when you have to record something?
Oh, yeah.
Like Norm Macdonald?
When you were a little kid, how bad did you want to talk, boy?
Oh, yeah, I definitely wanted to talk.
Oh, yeah.
Like the present I wanted that year, probably for like 5 years.
I
never got one. I saw my cousins and everybody had one, and I was like, I'm going to borrow this from you guys one day.
Was it everything that you hoped it would be?
I never got one. Like my
cousins I thought you borrowed it from one year.
I wanted to. Like I was borrow them at some point, but it never happened. It never materialized where I could borrow it. It was just like, oh shit. Well, all right. Guess I'll never know the joy of a talk boy.
I had one, not a talk boy, but like a mini tape recorder thing.
Right.
Because I remember I got it when I was going to KCC, Chad, and my whole thing was I was like, oh, I am such a bad note taker. So I'm going to get this recorder. But it turns out I'm a bad class attender because I was never at class to record the lecture. Yeah. So, you know what I mean? I thought like, oh, this recorder is going to be the solution to all my student troubles. Turns out you actually have to attend the class to record it. So it actually never really helped me.
It's like when you buy all kinds of crap to like get organized, like Post-it notes and little colored tabs and highlighters and things. Then you go, oh, I'm still not going to like write down all the crap and get organized. I still have to do the organization stuff.
Still have to do those
Yeah.
things. Yeah. So
Yeah,
that was my one experience with
unfortunately,
Safeway,
you need to be an organized person to use all that
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, no, for real. Otherwise, it's just gonna sit, and it's just gonna be you with one pen and like a notepad.
Right.
But that's how little kids make purchases, though. Like, the way I was thinking was, I was just like, like, yeah, once I have the tape recorder, like, I remember, this is a weird childhood memory, but I got so mad at my mom because we were watching television and an infomercial came on for a dehydrator. And one of the features was you could make your own beef jerky.
Yeah.
And I told this to her. I'm like, Mom, we can make our own beef jerky. It's easy, and she
Save
was
money.
just like, okay, we'll see.
Yeah.
And I got so mad. I'm just like, where's the disconnect? Mom, our own beef jerky. What's the confusion?
The
here,
longer it takes us to buy this, the more we're gonna waste on buying prepared beef jerky.
Yeah.
That is so goddamn funny.
But it's true, though, because, like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's just like you have these visions of things you're going to buy, but you're using your little kid logic. And when you're an adult, you know that you're going to buy that thing and never have the motivation
Yeah.
to dehydrate your own meats.
Good lord.
That's just what advertising
But
is, right? It's just selling you a solution to a problem without.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're not actually gonna use it. That's not really the solution to your problem. The solution to your problem is like doing the thing.
You guys remember Set It and Forget It?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, because we all needed to make our own rotisserie chicken, right?
Yeah. And all the different kinds of rotisseries. What was great about those
I hate
infomercials?
to tell you, but I forgot what that was.
No, it's okay.
That's amazing.
No,
Yeah.
it's a set it and forget it, right? Yeah, I forgot it.
I forgot it.
Forgot what the
That's how
product
long.
was. I just remembered
Slow cooking.
the slogan.
I remember the phrase.
Right.
Yeah. But no, it was a rotisserie. It was well, not a rotisserie chain, but a rotisserie thing.
Yeah.
And I guess the reason why it's stuck in my head is because it really worked. I had a friend named Chris Jacobs back in high school, and he invited a bunch of his friends over. And one of the fun parts of the hangout, sleepover, whatever we were doing, was we were going to use this thing, this rotisserie chicken, to Set It and Forget It. We were so excited. We had the flavor injector.
Yeah, that's
And
what I wanted to
everything.
bring up.
What?
It's that flavor
Yeah.
injector. Like they would in the infomercial, they would show like a cross cut of like a chicken or a turkey or whatever, and then the flavor injector going in, and then you plunge it, and then it jizzes like garlic and herbs into your into your piece of meat.
Oh my
And it was like really
Oh my
sexual
God.
to me. I was like, ugh, this feels gross.
Yeah. And we thought we were so clever too, because we did, I promise, we injected it, we did the whole process, and it's hard work, you have to put these little ties on it.
Right.
It's like you don't realize, like on the commercial, you see them, you think they're just slapping this thing together in like 2 minutes, but it takes a while to get your thing all set up. So then we wait the couple of hours or whatever it is that it's rotisserieing itself, and then we get to the end and we realize, like, oh shit, we only have like one chicken for like 8 people. So it's like, damn, they didn't explain that. That like it takes more than one chicken to feed 8 people. So it was, I think we all got like a bite maybe or something. It's just so stupid.
It's
so
so
angry.
funny.
It sold us a fantasy.
That's hilarious. Like
We're living like kings.
You enjoyed that one bite of flavor infused meat.
Yeah.
You're like, yes, yeah. Oh shit.
Because you feel bad, right? Because you think about it, like I could probably eat a half a chicken by myself.
Yeah.
Right.
Right? Like
Especially
no problem.
like the Costco size ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. And those are $5, and we spent hours making our one chicken.
Yeah. Well, wasn't that the best tasting chicken you've ever had? The one that you made for hours?
It was very good. Yeah, it was. No, it did taste well. It just was not satiating.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So, like, is her brain more normal in this one?
I don't think
She
she has
doesn't
the gift
seem
here.
to have to be using anything.
Yeah. Oh, and she said
Oh.
earlier, I think we missed it, but like she's an elected official. She's not quite the mayor. I think she's like a city councilwoman or something.
Oh,
That's
So she's a
right.
lot more
Oh, yeah.
put together in this.
Well, is it okay? Because she was saying about the original Henry Devers that his brain was super noisy. So maybe
Yeah.
because she didn't grow up to Captain Noisy Brain, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
That is so interesting. I'm so happy to hear you guys talking about this episode. That was great.
This is a really interesting episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is. I did, like I said, did not expect this little twisty. But like I said, I'm wait. You know how this show goes. You're just waiting to see how they connect the dots between this universe and the one we're probably about to jump back to in episode 10.
Yeah. See how it all ties together and
Interesting.
wraps itself up.
So he was like working on medication or like a brain implant for somebody that's going through Alzheimer's, right?
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So like it's not like he was like a scientist or something that was trying to like find a way to breach new realities or anything like that,
Right.
which is kind of interesting.
Yeah. But I mean,
No, but-
what if
okay,
that
so-
is?
yeah.
That is like Alzheimer's in this world. It's like, oh, that's your brain kind of fragmenting across these different timelines and different.
Ooh,
Thanks.
that is a
Whoa.
fun thing to explore.
If you could see your other possibilities.
Right.
Whoa.
Interesting.
But yeah, if her brain isn't noisy, right,
Yeah.
and making her crazy, then yeah, she's having a normal. And you know what? He's working on the Alzheimer thing because instead of growing up wanting to be a lawyer, protecting people from the death penalty, because everyone thought he was a murderer,
Right.
right? Now the new Henry Devers grows up trying to cure his Alzheimer mom,
Right.
right? Different thing to battle, right? Instead
Right.
of battling, wow.
So just to grow up and go to school, become a professional.
Oh, and that's the thing too. It's like he hasn't aged,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because he's
right?
been stuck in that.
He's still the little kid, just like how that other guy got trapped in being the same age.
Right. Also, we totally missed this. I don't even know how many episodes ago. Probably 1 or 2 episodes ago.
Yeah.
Henry Devers talking to adult Henry Devers talking to the kid, and at some point the kid looks at him and is like, "I waited for you for 27 years in that cage, and you never came." So, yeah. This is kind of
Interesting.
talking.
Very
about that.
interesting.
Yeah.
I've been
Very
looking for the last like 5-10 minutes for this meme that I saw
Yeah.
earlier this week. I don't remember exactly what it said, but it was basically like what I've come to realize is every time I set all of these goals for how to improve my life, it requires me having the level of work ethic and organization that I've never once shown in my entire life.
Right.
That is so fucking true.
Yeah.
And like that's what it's like when we buy these weird like products that it's like, yes, this is going to change my life. Like every 3 years I buy music production software. I have no idea how to make music, and none of these programs have made me any better at this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But-
I hear you.
Isn't that kind of strange though sometimes about like life and things where it's like you think it's like what I need is music production software,
Right.
but what you really need to do is just start making sure you eat breakfast every morning. That might be the unlock,
Yeah.
right? Is it like aren't you kind of finding like things are oddly connected like that? Like, you know, I started making my bed every morning and all of a sudden like, man, I got a raise at work. You know, it's like we don't think those kinds of activities are connected, but that's not a product that someone can sell you,
Right.
right? It's the real solution.
Yeah.
But you could just do that on your own.
Right.
Yeah.
They got to find some way to sell you something, Chad. You know, they can't just tell you that you have the ability to fix yourself.
Right.
That doesn't make them any money. Like,
They're just like, hey, have you tried this hobby?
Yeah.
yeah.
Why don't you try it again?
Right.
See whether or not you're any better this time.
Yeah. You know,
this thing that you've never practiced in the last 3 years, have you spontaneously become way better at it?
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
No harm, no foul.
Right.
Let's try again later.
The reason
we'll
you
try again
haven't
later.
written any songs isn't because you don't have music production software. It's because you don't write songs.
Yeah, it's because I have no idea how writing a song works.
Right.
Right.
It's like saying, like, oh, how come you haven't flown your private jet over the Rocky Mountains? It's like, well, maybe I should get a private jet. And it's like, no, you need flying lessons first.
Even if you like flying.
Like, yeah, that's great. No, you're totally right. I know this is getting a little like into like the like once you get off Castle Rock, but like I think this is such a fascinating topic because I heard someone say something where they're like, a lot of people's problems is they actually aren't aiming low enough. Mm-hmm. You know, it's like sometimes we don't like to think we're bad off, but like maybe you just needed to start with much lower goals first. Mm-hmm. You know, and just be humble enough to accept that, like, maybe you're not going to be a doctor tomorrow, but at least your life is going to be a little bit better, which might put you in a position sometime in the future to actually pursue that lofty goal. Right. But first, you gotta like, I don't know.
Yeah, get those little.
There's things in my own life. Yeah.
A lot of people like in the last like 10, 20 years have decided like, hey, you know, I see a lot of people making money on writing code, developing games and programming and all that stuff. I'm going to get into that. And they kill themselves because they're trying to write Final Fantasy 16 their first time out.
Right.
When they haven't even done the thing that makes the program say, hello, world, which is the first thing that every single programming book in the world tells you how to do.
Yeah, aim low. Aim low.
Well, you see the same thing in the stand-up comedy world.
It's like, we know that they always tell you that you have to crawl before you can walk.
Exactly, yeah.
A lot of people haven't rolled over yet. Mm-hmm. They haven't rolled over onto their stomachs.
Yeah. What happens in the stand-up comedy world?
Well, it's just the thing of going to a couple open mics, and now it's like, oh, I should definitely be headlining featured shows now. Yeah. Or whatever. No.
Like, why don't I have my own headline show?
Yeah. I need to tell everybody.
Paid to do this yet?
Yeah.
But don't you feel like once you work with a person who is a headliner, you watch what they do and go, "Oh, I can't do that."
Right.
You know, then you're exactly where you need to be.
Yeah.
That happens with some people. However, Dunning-Kruger is a real thing.
Explain Dunning-Kruger. I mean, I have the general.
Yeah, knife.
Kitty.
Everyone, look at that cat.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Sorry.
No.
He was munching on my USB.
No.
Okay. Yeah, that's important.
Yeah, it's chewing on the power cables like a Minoc.
Oh, hey, look, snap. It's a vision of a murder person.
Yep.
Ooh.
Daytime vision.
Alternate reality murderer?
Yeah.
Oh, look, she could step into it.
Oop.
Oh, because of her empathy.
Yeah.
So? Or his powers? It's unclear.
Have we seen this girl before?
I don't think so. I didn't recognize her.
No. I know who she is.
Right.
But she hasn't been brought in before.
You know who she is? Right, from another Stephen King story?
No, she's actually a show invention. She plays a prominent role in the second season, actually, this kid.
Cool.
But it's all very timey-wimey. Well, but yeah, we could definitely get into some of that.
Why? So have they kidnapped the R. Henry Deaver?
Right, child Henry Deaver.
Is that
Is
that why they?
Yeah, because he wants to go to he wants to go into the woods to get to.
She was like, "Yeah, let's take him," right?
Yeah, and she believes him.
And she can see what he sees.
Right. Whereas the cops wanted, put him send him to CPS or whatever.
Did the cop shoot her?
Yeah, he shot. Yeah, apparently, he shot a warning shot up into the air, 100 yards back, and now somehow that shot her in the gut here. I'm not sure how that works.
Yeah, I don't know how that works either. Not only that, but like you would never shoot in that situation.
Right. If you're
Right.
if
Like
you're
some-
smart, but you know, cops make dumb decisions.
Someone running away from you unarmed.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
like I don't think.
that's how
When would a police officer ever shoot someone running away from them who's unarmed?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Seriously.
dumb.
Yeah.
That's not something that happens in America every day.
Right.
Definitely not.
Well, it's because she's a white woman. He was aiming at the black child, which sounds a lot more like what you would expect.
Yeah, if they were supposed to be the whole like, oh, the shot went up in the air and it came down and went right through her.
Right.
He definitely needed to hold the gun at a different angle.
Yeah.
And she also needed to have gotten shot at a different angle.
Right. She needed like trip or something, so it was at least would have went through her back or just went through her head.
What are you guys making of what you're seeing? Ethereal sounds.
Clouds of birds, escaped prisoners.
The dogs are hunting down the woman?
Yes. No.
Interesting.
Whoa!
And
Oh, he's in the other timeline now.
Ah.
Uh-oh.
You know what I mean? Because look at the snow.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. He's like, well, I gotta get back to my cat fuck and making this fucking brain thing.
Yeah. And his wife or fiance or whatever, girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a whole life.
And there's the. See, and you know what? This. Oh man, that's what I'm saying. The way they tie all this stuff together is crazy, right?
Yeah.
Because, you know when you watch those like It movies, like they kind of talk about like it's something about the place that's crazy,
Right.
right? It's like, and then you just the history, right?
Oh, he went back into the past in the original timeline.
No, he's.
Oh, that's right. Now it's 1991.
No, it's 1991. Yeah.
Which is where I guess child Henry Eva came from.
And maybe that's why he's that age when he. Wow, that's trippy.
Yeah.
That's so interesting. I wandered around for days.
Yeah.
Oh, so he lived that whole life, gets teleported into the other universe back in 1991,
right?
And that's where he gets picked up and stuck in the cage.
Yeah, and now he spent 27 years in the cage.
Oh, dude.
Interesting. So this is the story.
Yeah, this.
You don't believe me, do you? Don't you? You believe me, don't you? Words.
Yeah. Yeah, is that the episode?
Whoa.
Yep, that's the episode. Episode 9.
Yeah. That's the end. All right,
bro.
I'm so happy. I was waiting for us to get to this episode because it's just been this thing I've been trying not to trip over the whole time we've been talking.
Yeah, hit us with it, man.
So don't fuck us up.
Well, hit us with it at the beginning of the next episode.
Yeah, so we're gonna start.
Oh yeah,
good
call.
Be right back in a couple minutes, everyone. Stick around for the grand finale of season 1.
For the last episode of season 1.
Yes.
Romans.
The fan alley.
Yeah. Okay.